young scalper who is always first in a queue for a sausage roll.
Well, when we take a look at this game, these are the top two in regards to the betting and the odds. Howson moving into odds on favourite. I did say that Danny represents some good value here, I believe. Trading at 6-4 before the off. If he's to get the victory over Howson, you feel those odds would completely flip-flop.
And he was within a dart of opening up a 2-point lead on Richie overnight. And you look at the numbers, he's playing tour level numbers, is Danny Van Trijp. Average for the day, 92.19, 38% in terms of his finishing, and his highest average being that 100.2. If you actually take out that first game in isolation, there wasn't too much of a massive range between performances yesterday for
41. Danny, you require 140.
Looking at the 140 for a 2-0 lead. Goes above cross route, but he cannot find the second treble 18.
92.
Lowest average yesterday, 85.74. And that was still in a comprehensive 4-2 win against Justin Smith, where he was 50% on his doubles. This to double his lead. He's got out of the gate very quick, like he did yesterday. 13 darters, quickly followed by a 14 darter. And he's got the break of Richie Howson. Danny Van Trijp into a 2-0 lead. You mentioned that the odds could very quickly flip-flop. Well, this group is very quickly flip-flopping in the favour of Danny Van Trijp.
Quality start to the day, isn't it? 2 from 2 on the doubles, averaging over 110. Taking it in his stride was what we said at the start of the show, wasn't it?
140.
You get that vibe again here from Danny, who you can just see just growing in confidence, and he does need to play with confidence. We 54. Had a look at that throw yesterday, we had a look at the action, and there is that little bit of lift in there, which does mean he needs to play with that relaxed freedom. And when he does, that's when he can do some real special things. But it's a very hard thing to manufacture. You often need to have a little bit of feedback in regards to the dartboard to build you that confidence.
100.
Which possibly a player like Danny playing in a round robin format could suit him a bit better, because he knows whatever happens, he's got a number of games in a day, whereas perhaps if you play on a Pro Tour, you play on the Challenge Tour, you've got that urgency from Dart 1.
You can become dismissive rather than panic, and that's a good thing. When you're in those situations, you can brush it off and go, it's okay, if this one doesn't go for me, I've got other ones. Some people like that extra life. Some people find it almost, get a little bit idle with it, and you end up running out of opportunities and lives.
Well, Van Trijp has got 6 darts to open up a 3-0 lead in this contest.
140.
Richie Howson hasn't had a dart at a double so far in this contest. He's been comprehensively outplayed up to press. But he's going to leave himself in a handy position here. Danny Van Trijp cannot 87. Take out this 87, and it may just be a poke at the bullseye on the back of this. The bull he missed to complete the card yesterday. And 62. He skimmed the wire this time the other side.
Sort of a miss by about the same distance, wasn't it? Right on the wire. But this is what Richie Howson said is his strength. He believes it's a strength. It was a strength yesterday. 45% on the doubles, Richie Howson. 18 from 40 attempts.
And he mentioned in that interview yesterday afternoon that if he doubles below 40%, he's not happy with himself. That's the high standards that he sets in that particular department.
Considers himself one of the best finishers in the world with those sort of numbers, percentages, but it's not just words. He's not just telling us, he's showing us.
Well, for the year last year, and this includes a lot of major matches on the television, which are long course events, he was doubling at a percentage of 41 for the season, was Richie Howson.
Which makes you think, really, is just one extra treble a leg away from being not just someone who's of Pro Tour standard, but someone who's in the top ranks of the Pro Tour level.
60.
And when we look at this level, we usually grade it based on how players perform on the Challenge Tour circuit. It's seemingly the best judge of who's doing well where. But Richie doesn't play in those circles because he doesn't go to Q-School and he's got no ambition to do that. But there's no argument that he is one of the best players without a tour card, and he's shown it here at the Super Series many a time.
It's always one of my favourite debates of the year, that who is the best player without a tour card. And,
100.
well, I think you're going to take some picking at the moment. But do you know who? I'm going to answer mine. I'm going to put it up for debate. Bo Greaves.
Hard to debate against that case. One of a couple of Challenge Tours dominating the WDF Women's Circuit. Was unlucky yesterday against Owen Bates. Really good game that was on the Pro Tour. Not just proving it in one arena, she's proven it in many. But at the 11th of February, we're already having that discussion. I feel like it gets earlier every year.
84.
Well, Howson was 2-0 down. But has an opportunity to square up here. Didn't have a dart to the double in the opening two legs. But it's squared up at 2-2 on the bullseye. And that may hurt Danny Van Trijp, because that was the target he missed to beat Howson yesterday.
Fifth leg.
It's the target he missed for a 3-0 lead in this game as well. It's a target that is very much discussed when these two have been on the hockey this week.
100.
You do feel, though, that this is going to be a game that we don't see the full quota of matches for, because you do feel that one of these players is likely to get through this group,
100.
meaning they won't be playing Thursday or Friday.
Well, Richie will have that added motivation that he can head back to Essex if he does go on and win this Group A campaign. For Danny, he gets an even better motivation. He can see the beautiful surrounds of Portsmouth. And if he enjoyed it as much as his water, he may leave a TripAdvisor review saying, go to Southampton.
100.
Well, Danny here averaging just underneath the ton mark. But when it comes to games involving Richie Howson, averages may not be necessarily the best guide to see how the players are getting along because of that doubling prowess. He can at times be outscored in games, but because you know he's able to finish legs off, he just needs one chance.
You almost get that sort of James Wade vibe as well with Richie Howson, where if a leg's sort of lost, it feels lost. It's not something that there's too much wasted in. Not very often the opponent's going out with Richie Howson sat on a double waiting for an opportunity.
But a failure to get the 1-4-1 has given Van Trijp an opportunity to re-establish his lead. He was 2-0 up, had a dart for 3-0, has been pegged back to 2-2. But if he misses his double 5, he could find himself behind.
Richie require 41.
We've spoken so often with Richie about the mantra of never giving up, and he's amplifying that particular expression in this contest. He's been outplayed for large sways, but Richie Howson finds himself 3-2 to the good. It's one of those old school matches, as Bobby George would say. Danny Van Trijp's scoring has been for show. Richie Howson's doubling could get him the dough, and he has the darts for the match.
$43. $60.
As soon as Richie Howson came up to the studio yesterday for the chat, the first thing he wanted to say was how good Danny Van Trijp was and how proud he was of that win. And that was sort of off there, wasn't it, with our individual chat. So it's safe to say that Richie Howson feels that this is the man to beat in this group, and if he gets past him, maybe those odds will be very, very strong at nearly even money there on Richie Howson.
83. $140.
Well, Van Trijp first 2, a finish against the darts after just 9. Howson, what can he do in terms of setting this up? We'll head down for the 25 to
65.
leave
Danny
himself on the
required
big fish. Van Trijp
161.
161. He missed this to win the match yesterday. He's going to get a go at it here. And just like yesterday, he hits the 25. An ironic
Richie required
look on his face, a
170.
pained expression as Howson, the acclaimed fisherman, looks at the big fish to win it, but not on this occasion.
But stories can become distracting. You saw
75.
Richie Howson's
Danny
reaction there,
required
smiling at the back of the
25.
stage. He was telling himself the story of yesterday. And that story of
21.
yesterday was
Richie
Howson steps
required
in
95.
and wins the match after that miss.
There's 11 points in Danny Van Trijp's favour in terms of the averages. But Richie Howson's going to have a match-winning opportunity at double 16.
79.
But he's not able to
Danny
take, and so
required
Van
4.
Trijp gets one final reprieve to take us all the way. But he's got a drawbridge in the way, but
Game
manages
shot on
to
a
float one
sick
over
leg.
the
Danny
top.
Van Trijp.
And just like in yesterday's meeting between these two, we go the distance. Howson having missed a match start at double 16. Is that going to come back to cost him?
Danny to throw
It's
first.
Van Trijp with the darts. The
Game
winner
on.
of this leg will move 2 points clear at the top of the Group A table.
100.
We spoke yesterday about the behaviour of those darts. That one on the top wire, you could see out as a problem there for Richie Howson with that flat angle of entry. Unable to find a
43.
way in, but he's been offered a way in here by Danny Van Trijp.
$60.
RSVP lost in the post.
60.
Well, suddenly both players have realised what is at stake in this particular leg. And as a consequence, a little bit of edginess has crept into both players' games.
60.
The trebles, which were so prolific for so long in this match, have gone dry in this last leg decider.
100.
And just one there could be so key for Danny, depending on what Richie does here. But he's got an inviting guide at the bottom of the bed, but he cannot utilise it.
55.
No scoring power here for Howson. 3 treble-less visits is going to give Danny Van Trijp the opportunity. May switch away here.
100.
Perseveres, left himself on the 2-darter. Could have moved across to the 18s to have left himself on a ton. Howson has not really got going in this last leg.
Well, we've seen him traditionally try and split at times, Danny Van Trijp. So
92.
surprised
Danny
that he didn't
required
opt to leave the
98.
ton rather than the 98.
Well, you left it, Danny. And he's going to get a go at tops.
78. Richie
Wide of the
required
mark.
134.
Howson looking at 134 to snatch it from the grasp of Danny Van Trijp, and it would have meant that Van Trijp would have had match darts on both days to beat
94.
Howson and
Danny
lost.
required
But he's going to
20.
get 3 more here. A double 10 to move on to 10. Howson expects this to go. His arms are
10.
folded, but he will now come
Richie
back to win it
required
and to do the
40.
double over Danny. Double top.
Game
Clinches
shot
it for
and the
Richie
match.
Howson.
Richie
It
Howson.
just about finds a way into the bottom left-hand corner, but it doesn't matter whereabouts in the bed it is as long as it finds a way in. And Richie Howson gets off to a win. He does the double over Danny Van Trijp. 4-3 victory for the Owl, moves him on to 10 points and moves him 2 points clear at the top of the group. Coming up after the break, Justin Smith, who will be looking to improve on his tally of 4 points overnight, takes on the Australian Brandon Weening. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yeah.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D!
of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Richie Howson moved to the top of the Group A table with a 4-3 success against Danny Van Trijp. So Howson leading the way. Justin Smith will be unhappy with his return for Monday. Just 4 points from his 5 matches, despite averaging just a shade under 90. Whereas Brandon Weening got off to a strong start. He won his first 2 games. Did the Python. 26 years of age. Did beat Justin in the final match of their session 4-1 on Monday. 87.18 average. 4 for 9 in terms of the finishing.
It's Justin to throw first.
For Brandon,
Game on.
it was that strong start which gave him a real opportunity to potentially challenge at the top of the group, but he'll be disappointed with the middle of the session, in particular
140.
his defeat to Alton McDermott. He then go on to lose 4-2 to Danny Van Trijp in a high quality affair. Actually averaged 88 and a half for the day, did Brandon. Is doubling at 34% and had the day's highest checkout on Monday, the 150. That was one of 2 ton plus checkouts which he had against Patrick Decker. What are you expecting to see from the Aussie today, Matt?
I think a lot of it is going to go down to how it starts. I think if it starts well, it'll continue to go well, but if it's a slow start, I do fear that a little bit of doubt may start to kick in.
108!
It's easy to get a little bit of doubt when your opponent's hitting you hard like this in the opening leg. Every throw so far from Justin Smith has been a powerful one.
58.
You may remember yesterday he got off to a lightning start, did Justin Smith, and it looks like he's doing something similar here.
Game shot
A 12 darter to kick-start the session. Justin Smith one up and already flexing his muscles.
Second leg, it's Brandon to throw first. Game on. $135. 59.
Well, we saw this from Justin yesterday, didn't we? We saw bright moments, bright spurts. But when push came to shove, there was a few occasions where he was unable to claw out what he needed to.
45.
4-1 to Richie Howson, despite having the higher average. A 4-2 defeat to Danny Van Trijp, again, despite having the higher average. Beat Patrick Decker 4-0, then lost this match. He was disappointing in this fixture yesterday, but there was a couple of games yesterday where he played better than his opponent, but was unable to carve out
60.
what he needed to. We do judge Justin by a higher pedestal than perhaps other players because of what he showcased to us for so long
108
on this particular stage. But it's Brandon who's beginning to awake in leg 2, and just as he piles in a max, Justin Smith does something similar.
It's 11 180s already for the week for Justin Smith. Powerful. And you're filling up that treble 20. Could be powerless to stop Brandon Weening taking the leg.
Second leg,
What a
Brandon Weening.
great start to this game.
13 darter Justin Smith, 15 darter
Third leg,
for
it's
Brandon
Justin to
Weening.
the
These
first.
two have got out the gate very
Game on.
quickly on this Tuesday morning. Did both win their opening matches yesterday.
60.
Weening beating Richie Howson by 4 legs to 2. Average around about 91 and change for the first 3 legs. Raced into a 3-0 lead. Howson began to catch him up, but Weening held his nerve.
140.
Justin Smith flew out the traps with a 4-1 demolition of Ultimate Dyer, who we're going to see up next against Patrick Decker.
140.
I'm going to be controversial here. Or it may not be controversial, it may just be stating the obvious. I think if you are
42.
Justin Smith in this situation and you don't win this game, the chances of winning this group become very, very slim. I think he's better off playing in Group C than Group B.
There's definitely an opportunity that's opened up in the Group C this week. You look at the players in play. You've got Davidson and Henry Coates. We know he's got a lot of ability. Mason Winnock and Luke Smith will probably look at this week as an opportunity as well. I think everybody will look at this week as an opportunity. Well, it's an opportunity here that Justin doesn't have to take, and he was caught in two minds as a
84.
consequence of that. He's himself on 77 after just a dozen darts. Both players
133.
3 legs in, averaging in excess of a ton. And
77.
if Smith doesn't take this out, Weening's on a single to double to get the break. The break he needs at some point. And it's a chance he's going to get because
Brandon,
Justin
you
Smith
require
goes high on
46.
tops. Two darts in his hand, a double 16. Up for 8s. In the 8s.
Shot on the third leg,
And
Brandon
into a
Weening.
2-1 lead and puts Justin Smith behind the 8 ball. A breakdown. And Weening with the opportunity
Fourth leg,
here
it's
to move
Brandon
to
the
clear.
first. Game on. $58. $100. $125.
Some real talent coming in this week as well, isn't it, into the Group B campaign. We've got the newly crowned reigning WDF World Champion Shane McGurk, who's going to have a lot of eyes on him and a lot of attention coming his way throughout 2025.
$140.
John O'Shea, former World Masters champion, is going to be in there as well. There's a lot of caliber coming into that Group B. It's a debut as well for
54.
Kelvin O'Keefe, who came ever so close to getting his tour card at Q School in January. Be interesting to see how he gets along as he makes his Super Series bout. But Brandon Weening here is beginning to really make a push. He got the break in the previous leg. He's left a double after 12, averaging here in excess of 103. Justin Smith himself is
40.
around the 96 mark, but missed an opportunity to go 2-1 up, and he hasn't had a look in ever since. Decides to
No score.
bust the score with Justin all the way back on 187.
140.
Didn't want to faff around, but he cannot afford to faff around here because Justin's left himself in a decent spot if Weening misses more.
Game
he's
shot
not
of
gonna miss
fourth
more.
flag. Brandon Weening.
3-1 to the Australian.
Fifth flag. It's Justin to throw first.
A full-on
Game
look
on.
on the face of Justin Smith. His best performance this week so far, and he's not getting any change
137.
for it.
This is the story of Justin Smith this week, though, isn't it? Playing well, not getting the results.
140.
Daily average yesterday just shy of 90 with 9 180s. 33% on the doubles. If you was to say to me, where do you think that level's going to get you in a week? I'd say, well, you could quite easily win a week with those sort of stats and numbers. And he's stepped it up again today, but everyone just seems to
100.
find something against Justin Smith here. And I think some of that may come down to the pace and the style in which he plays the game, because he presents the hockey very, very
100.
quick to his opponent, which ultimately gives you a little bit of freedom just to play the game exactly how you want to.
$57.
Well, he's got 6 starts from here to get another on the board. It would be a hole. Still needs to get a break at some point. He's 3-1 behind, but he's on the right side of a 3-1 behind margin, if you get my drift, because he only has to break once in this 3-leg cycle to go on and win the match.
But that reaction to the 100 there just shows that he feels like he needs to be finding more.
140. Justin, you
That was a
require
big hit there for Brandon
104.
Weening to apply the pressure. Doesn't find the treble, and Brandon Weening here will be expecting at least a dart here to get the match won and to continue the misery here for
56.
Justin Smith, who's
Brandon, you
playing well,
require
but
64.
with no rewards.
And he would put himself level on points with Danny Van Trijp as a consequence, and very quickly a table of 2 halves could begin to emerge. Double 16 for the match.
32.
Doesn't go this time.
Justin, you
Justin Smith
require
gives
48.
himself a reprieve, but he has to take full advantage of this opportunity.
16.
He doesn't, and as a consequence,
Brandon, you require
it could be curtains
32.
here. 3 for 9 on his doubles, Brandon Weening, so you'd expect him to hit with one of these 3. 2 8s now.
24.
4 match darts.
Justin, you
Come and
require
gone for Brandon.
42.
Awkward. Can he find a way through? He's going to have to go high.
No score.
Goes high, goes over the top on the wire, but
Brandon,
the
you
misery
require 8.
continues for Justin Smith.
But you can't say he hasn't had his opportunity to get himself back into this particular contest. But Brandon
shot
Weening's going
and
to
the match,
shut off Justin
Brandon
Smith at the
Weening.
start of the session, just like he did at the end of yesterday. It moves the Australian onto 8 points in the group, and it gives him a 4-point buffer to those below him. And very quickly, a table of 2 halves is just beginning to emerge. Weening, a 4-1 winner over Justin Smith. Coming up next, Patrick Decker against Alton McDyer. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Brandon Weening got the better of Justin Smith by 4 legs to 1. That completed our second match of the session. Game 3 sees the 2 ADC qualifiers in this group go head-to-head as Patrick Decker takes on Alton McDyer. And Patrick has a friend that's watching along this week. Marvin Van Velzen's been watching the action yesterday on playback following his exploits on the PDC Pro Tour. Patrick also a very good friend of Dirk van Dijvenbode's and said that he was part of the reason, part of the inspiration as to why he's playing at this level again. The 37-year-old from Maasdijk in the Netherlands, same town as Marvin, up against the 26-year-old from Castlebar in the Republic of Ireland, Alton McDyer, also making his debut this week. It's a meeting between the two players who occupy the bottom 2 positions in this Group A. Both players with just a solitary victory apiece when it came to Monday's action. McDyer's came in a 4-3 win against Brandon Weening midway through the session.
First leg, it's Patrick to throw first.
Won this meeting yesterday by a margin of 4 legs to 1. It was a nervy encounter. I think both players knew that the other wasn't firing on all cylinders, and the game became edgy as a consequence of it. But the fact it's the first game of the day may just allow both of these players just to ease into proceedings somewhat.
Well, we saw what it meant, didn't we, to Patrick Decker when he picked up that victory yesterday. It was a big weight off his shoulders, to say the least, and maybe a moment where he feels like he belongs here. And that's one of the things you get with debutants a lot of the time, certainly when they've had to come through qualifying systems.
100!
That they feel they need to justify the position again. The position's already been justified in the qualifiers, and then they come here and they heap so much pressure on themselves to come here and produce that ultimately it takes them a few days to then settle in, and it's normally in that Group C campaign where we see better from them. But already, well, I was going to say positive signs here from Patrick Decker until
56.
he went away, which would have left no finish.
Well, the hard work was done in terms of qualifying to play in this competition. For both of these players, they've got an element of free roll where they are both, and I mean this with the greatest of respect to both of these players. To a lot of people, maybe outside their local area where they reside, they're unknown quantities because they've never done anything like this before. If anything, they're playing with an air of everything they do is a little bit of a bonus.
100. Patrick, you
That's
require
one way of looking at it from
124.
the outside, but being that person in that position, they will feel like they're being judged, which ultimately will add further pressure to it. I like that play, though. Had to look over to the score, sees McDyer a long way back, so didn't need to go for the triple 18 and ball. Sensible play.
134.
He's going to be under pressure now. That 134 leads McDyer on 66, but Decker should get a poke at the end of this. In fact, he's going to get 2 darts in his hand at double 8.
Game shot
Beautifully
on the first
done.
leg.
Decker
Patrick
one
Decker.
up. A positive start there for the Dutchman.
Very positive start.
Second
Held the
leg
throw
is
in 6
Alton to
visits
throw
to the
first.
board.
Game on.
Confident scoring. 100% on the doubles. What's not to like? If you can be
39.
around that 6 visits to the board area, you are going to be dangerous. Not just here, but anywhere. .93 average is 16 darts,
100.
and a 93 average will get you in the world's top 32. You do hear these sort of nonsense comments, don't you, of people suggesting, oh, you need to be
100.
averaging 95 or 100 to even have a card. No, 93 is the top 32. That is statistically fact.
Although there's a few, shall we say, new
95.
armchair viewers whose reality in terms of numbers may be skewed a little bit. I don't want to go on a Chris Mason-esque rant here,
100.
but I saw a quote after Luke Littler lost to Johnny Clayton at the Masters. And Littler, if I remember rightly, averaged way in
58.
excess of a ton in that match. I can't remember the full numbers from that particular encounter. But they go, oh, but Luke Littler averaging this should have done
126.
so much better. Well, in that particular match, Luke Littler averaged 108.5, and apparently because his doubling in that particular contest was 35%, it wasn't good enough.
100. Alton, you require 136.
Anyway. Tangent over.
Facts are facts and opinions are opinions, but you can't argue a fact with an
85.
opinion.
Patrick, you require
But you can argue
148.
an opinion with a fact.
Sure, many do. Sat in their
85.
box room with the
Alton, you
Spider-Man
require
pyjamas.
51.
Anyway, McDyer looking at 51 to level this contest up at 1 apiece. This is a much better contest than it was yesterday.
Game shot on the second
217
leg. Alton
darters
McDyer.
sees this game level at 1-1. We mentioned at the beginning of this contest the fact that both players
Third
are
leg, it's
playing at the
Patrick to
beginning of the
throw
session
first.
against one another as opposed
on.
to at the end of it may just allow each other just to really build up a bit of a stride. And McDyer, we've seen that at times yesterday, particularly in his match against Brandon Weening, when he's feeling good about his game, feeling good about himself,
100.
he really does try and G himself up and really try and get himself pumped for these matches.
99.
He's a player who you feel is a little bit more in there, isn't he, McDyer? You feel like there's something we are yet to see.
100.
For Patrick Decker, by his own admission, is a little bit sort of up and down and
89.
sort of steady was his sort of highlight of what he described himself as. Where with McDyer, you feel like there's maybe a higher ceiling in there. And that was certainly the vibe as well, chatting to the players this
77.
morning. Certainly the ones that was on the practice board with him yesterday, suggesting that they were seeing some things from him that if he brings it up onto the game board, is going to be dangerous. Stuff like this.
123.
Well, he's averaging here in excess of 91, which is in excess of anything he did yesterday. His highest average for the session was the 86.92 in his win
41.
against Brandon Weening. Included the 142 check. And he's got 6 darts from here. Has McDermott to get the break of throw and open up a 2-1 lead in the contest, having trailed by a leg to nil against Patrick. But both players making vast improvements, enough to suggest that maybe today could be just a
90.
Little bit more fortuitous for them in comparison to what Monday brag. Double 5.
80.
Pitch just above, and so
Patrick, you
Decker's going to get a look at this.
95.
Double 20 would have left double 8.
55.
16 leaves
Howson, you
tops if there is a
require
miss
10.
from McDermott.
Game shot on the third leg. Ultimate
Well, you could hear that. Well, it's the first time we've really heard a yelp from
Full
Alton
flag is
McDermott,
Alton
but
to
Patrick
throw
Decker may be
first.
thinking help
Game on.
if McDermott's going to go through the gears like this. Really let that out, didn't he?
140.
He did, but look at the focus and the aggression. There's a lot of times what a player, when they do something, they take something, they live that moment, and they have that sort of release that actually it impacts performance because it is a release
84.
rather than something that they're using to sort of inspire.
60.
Always got to keep something in there, keep the engine running.
$43.
Well, this is far more fluid now, isn't it, from
140.
Alton McDermott. Averaging here 93.5, leaving himself on a finish after 9 darts again, and it looks like he's really beginning to stretch away with this contest.
100.
His brilliance beginning to take a toll upon Patrick Decker. 6 darts, maybe more from this point.
21.
Doesn't make too much of a dent in it there, though, McDermott. Still leaves himself requiring 2 trebles to get a poke at the double. Sensible switching here. Would have given him the option of going on the 25 and the ball.
117. Alton, you require
Well, that
140.
clinged into the flight, and then the dart came back out again. McDermott looking at the 140, not to be taken on this occasion. Can he squeeze one into the treble?
60.
Not this time. All
Patrick, you
pitched
require
below, just below.
157.
Decker's not going to find the 157. McDermott may only get a dart at tops at the back of the 80.
57. Alton, you require 80.
One dart at tops, and because of his setup and the way the darts go into the board, these types of combinations are going to be quite
Patrick,
tricky
you
for Alton
require
because he's going to have a
100.
lot to manoeuvre. He's got a wonderful guide there. Double 10. He's been out of this leg for large swathes of it. But he's taken out the ton to level up at 2-2.
Didn't have any ton plus checkouts yesterday, Patrick Decker.
Fifth
That's his
leg,
first
it's Patrick to
3-figure
throw
out.
first.
And a very important
Game on.
one there as well. The head-to-head clash that both players clearly fancy.
Well, if we're being realistic,
100.
and I mean this with the greatest of respect to the pair, when they saw the list of players come out for this week, they probably would have looked at the meeting between one another as the one where, particularly in group play, that's probably where I'm going to have to build my points base from. And it's easy for us to sit here and say, oh, well, every game's another game and another
41.
opportunity to get points. But let's be realistic. In a dart player's mind, when you see a round-robin group, whether you like the idea or you hate the idea, you're looking at certain players and saying, they're the ones I've got to
81.
target for points.
$95.
It's just like when Glenn Durant plays here, everyone's thinking, right, 2
100.
points there, please. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Durant, if you are indeed watching.
45. $100. $40. Howson, you require 120.
Well, McDermott's got 6 here from 120. He's had a few of them, hasn't he? That's drifted wide of the target. Well, that's a disaster.
17.
And the door has opened up for Patrick Decker, despite not being on a finish as a consequence, if he can find a decent score here.
That's back-to-back legs as well. If you remember in the last leg, the score of 21. Not doing any damage in that situation. Another treble here.
85.
They really opened the
Howson, you
door.
require 103.
Questions being asked. But just needs the 1 treble here to get a dart at the double.
Ninety left.
Have no idea why he's gone that way.
49. Patrick, you
25 would
require
have left
95.
the treble still with dart number 2. That's puzzling.
So we'll try double 16. To move 3-2 in front.
Game
Well, his
shot of
combination
fifth leg.
finishing, Patrick
Decker.
Decker has been right on point. He had the ton in the previous leg. It's backed up with the 95. Alton
Sixth
McDyer
leg. It's
could be
Howson
off the
to throw
stage
first.
right now.
Game
It's a
on.
4-1 winner potentially. But Patrick Decker's got his nose in front at 3-2. McDyer now has the darts to stay in the
Six.
contest. And he is staring at a win. Potentially, whilst Alton McDyer is not staring down the barrel of a camera, but he's staring down the barrel of defeat. And suddenly this Dutchman is just
140.
beginning to grow in belief and confidence.
$140.
Okay, I've been running that 103 attempt at the ball through, and I still don't get it. Because the only thing you're doing is just swapping dart 1 from being a dart at a
44.
treble to being a dart at the ball. Because unless you hit, then essentially dart 2 has to be at the treble anyway. So you're just
Six.
making an even smaller target. Making a difficult game more difficult.
$100.
Well, McDyer just about clings on to his darts in this leg.
100.
And just about clings on to a treble to leave a finish. But Decker here, a decent score of this turn, could see this game through very, very quickly. Beat McDyer yesterday.
Howson, you require
He's not going to leave himself on a
141.
finish to win it in this leg, but it's been this stage of the leg where things have just gone missing here for Alton.
137.
And that's a 137 to leave himself on double 2. Admittedly, he was looking at the treble 7 and he just drifted wide, but
137.
he's going to have to take this out because Decker's hot on his
Howson, you
heels.
require 4.
This to send us all the way. One left.
No
Tips
score.
off the barrel, but diverts the wrong
Patrick,
side
you
of the wire.
require 39.
And so Patrick Decker here to seal consecutive wins against the Irishman. He's looking at 39. He's looking at double 16. That was nervy. Nearly found the treble.
7.
Been perfect on the doubles
Howson,
until
you
that point was
require
Patrick
4.
Decker. Then when it comes to the match darts, he misses 2. The angle of entry on these darts does not help that situation.
No
And there you
score.
see, clattering the dart
Patrick,
again.
you require 32.
Can Patrick Decker get over the line on this occasion? 3 more match darts.
To do the double over McDermott. These are nervy.
16.
Very, very nervy.
Howson, you require 4.
They were thrown with more hope than there were expectation.
This is one of them targets that doesn't suit that angle of entry from McDermott. We've seen it the last 2 times.
No score.
We see it again there, just blocking up
Patrick, you
sections of the
require
target.
16.
He's had plenty of opportunities to save this game, but the darts are put away.
This to finally see him off. Double 4, the drama goes on. Now he's looking at double 2. But he finds it first dart in hand. And Patrick Decker does the double over Alton McDermott. It's a 4-2 win for the Dutchman. He loves that celebration, doesn't he? And he's beginning to flex his muscles in the group a bit more. A salute to the camera. A salute to those back home. That's 2 wins in a row now for Patrick Decker against Alton McDermott. 4-2 win there. Coming up after the break, Brandon Weening takes on Danny van Trijp. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receiving the trophy, £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McDermott.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Patrick Decker beat Alton McDyer by 4 legs to 2. That completes the first round's worth of action for the day. Game 4 sees Danny Van Trijp and Brandon Weening go head to head. Now, there's a possibility here where things could go very south for Van Trijp very, very quickly. He's lost back-to-back games to Richie Howson, and a defeat here to Brandon Weening would mean the man top of the table overnight would
First
find
leg,
himself in
it's
third
Brandon
and
to
2
the
points behind 2
Game
players. And Richie Howson has got Alton McDyer next. Danny Van Trijp was taking a trip down the stairs there before this game got underway.
60.
This stage isn't big enough for the both of us. That was the message there, Henry.
100.
Well, he certainly isn't small, is he, Danny Van Trijp? He's a towering presence. Gentle giant, though, it has to be said.
83. 140.
One thing you'll see from Brandon is, you see it from the camera just above the board, is just before he approaches the hockey,
140.
if his standing leg, his right leg, he'll just give it a kick a couple of times.
I did manage to have a bit of a chat with him yesterday, actually, and he
43.
was telling me that a lot of the time he was struggling to find his mark, and he was just, there you go, look, setting again. Just struggling to find his sort of set position.
100.
We may see him on a few occasions just sort of reset that standing leg.
100. Brandon,
Won't
you
be
require
rushed, we'll
118.
Make sure everything is how he wants it before he delivers his darts. Before ultimately he just leans into that throw position there.
Well, both players on 118 after a dozen darts. Brandon couldn't quite
58.
get Danny's number, but
Danny, you
can
require
the
118.
Dutchman succeed where the Aussie fell? No, not on this occasion. So Weening should get a couple of darts at tops to take out the opening leg of this match.
78. Brandon, you require 60.
Just about got a dart at tops. Missed the big number with dart 1 and just about went in the 19 with
Each other
dart 2. But
first
no
leg,
mistake
Brandon
once he
Weening.
got to the double. Weening 1 up. And for Danny Van Trijp, after what was such a
Second leg,
good
it's
start
Danny to throw first.
his
Game on.
campaign here at the Super Series, having won his opening 4 matches, things could very quickly be heading south for him.
140.
2 defeats in a row. Finds himself a leg down here.
108.
Well, Brandon played well in his previous match, averaged 91 and change against Justin Smith, and that included a few missed darts and a double to win the
100.
contest.
It was just a slight stumble, wasn't it, when the finishing line came into sight, and that's something we did see yesterday as well.
100.
Just when that finishing line, when the opportunity to get the points on the board approaches itself, couple of
83.
wayward chances. But a lot of the talk here, before a dart was thrown today, was about Richie Howson and Danny Van Trijp. Partly because they was the opening game,
140.
and partly because they was the top 2. However, as things stand, live in play table, Brandon Weening now goes top. Richie Howson would have a game in hand.
81.
But maybe it's not just a two-horse race.
Job 14 would have given him a dart at double 16 there.
41.
So he is going to come
Danny,
back
you require
for
133.
double top. If Van Trijp cannot take out the 133 and he's unsuccessful in that particular task. And so the Australian will come back for tops to double up his
40.
advantage. Now double 10.
Game shot
In
on
it
the
goes,
second leg.
centre of the bed,
Brandon
14 darter. Weening breaks, leads 2-0.
Third leg, it's Brandon to the row first. Game on.
That gives him full control as well now because he had the advantage of throw. He's now got a bonus life, an extra life. Not even Trijp now has to break twice with darts like this. He's going to take some breaking. Anytime you throw first and hit a max, you expect to win.
125.
Great recovery there, though, from Danny. It was a very wayward first start.
There was indications in patches that Brandon Weening could do something good here at the Super Series this week. His numbers, as we mentioned again, 88.5 the average, 34% on the doubles, is really good stuff from
95.
Brandon, but was overlooked because of the likes of Danny, because of the likes of Richie Howson. But there is an improvement that in terms of the numbers he provided in game one, in terms of the numbers provided here. But sometimes just by the look and feel of a player, you can just see that he feels and looks in a much better headspace today.
108. Brandon, you require 121.
But that 180 tells Brandon that Van Trijp is still in this game and he's still sniffing around for opportunities. And he is going to get a look at this 101 to cut the gap back down in half. He will get a dart at tops, and he gets the tops. It's his first dart at a double in the match. It was at a ton plus checkout, and he takes it out.
Fourth leg, it's Danny to the row first. Game on.
His fourth of the week. Already had 100, a 124 and a 104 yesterday.
100.
We said it'll be hard to get that break throw and to stop the charge of Brandon Weening. Well, that's how you do it. A touch of quality, a touch of class like that at the back end of the leg.
45.
Now it poses that question that I asked at the start of the day. How does Brandon Weening deal with being hit hard?
60.
Well, this is where the Pro Tour mentality of Danny Van Trijp could have come into play at that particular moment, because there would have been a lot of times over the last couple of years where he has been forced to do things like that to save legs.
100.
You get conditioned into doing good things when you're on the back foot.
100.
And this is how quickly and how volatile this best of 7 format can be. Van Trijp's got the break in the previous leg to return the match to throw, and now is looking to level up at 2 apiece.
60.
But that slip has just allowed Weening back into this leg.
$96.
And because of the miss there on the 25 for Brandon, Van Trijp's got 6 here to level up, but can't make any inroads with his first visit.
$83. Danny, you require 121.
Job 17 would have given Danny a dart at the ball.
57. Brandon, you require 92.
He now has to hope that Weening hasn't got something mid-range up his sleeve.
$76. Danny, you require
This is
64.
starting to add up, and the opportunities started to present themselves for Danny.
56. Brandon, you require 16.
So Weening looking at 8-8 to get the break and open up a 3-1 lead. Van Trijp had his chances to square up.
No
and he's
score.
going to get more because Weening
Danny,
has
you
drifted
require
low and bust
8.
the score on double 13. Free chance. And a get out of jail free card if Van Trijp can find
6.
double 2, but he passes more
Brandon,
opportunities
you require
by.
16.
Neither player can take the opportunity, but this is a big chance for Brandon Weening here. A chance to break the throw and get full control over this game once again.
Game shot on the 4th flag. Brandon
And
Weening.
that will be relief. Last start in hand keeps control of the match, and for
5th
Danny Van
flag is
Trijp, where
Brandon
one
to
player's
throw
relieved,
first.
the other
Game
will be
on.
distraught, because it always hurts more when it's the last one in hand. You feel you've got the opportunity, you feel you're coming back.
$59.
Danny had the look of a man who's sat in a doctor's rating room and realising there's about 5 patients in front of him in the line. Looks a dejected figure at the back of the stage. Does Van Trijp?
82.
Feel like he needs a big end to the day if he's to lose this match to keep himself in position. I suppose if there's
60.
one luxury he does have is the fact that he would have got his, on paper, 2 toughest games out the way with quite early.
$83. $140. $140.
Weening's left himself on a finish to win the match. Van Trijp needs to find a treble here. Unable to do so, and suddenly a man who was top of the table at the beginning of the day could see his hopes of winning this group evaporate, or begin to evaporate, within the space of 2 rounds of fixtures. Brandon Weening, to win the match in style, went tops after hitting the treble 19 with dart 1.
Danny, you require
Should get 2 match
158.
darts upon his return, and he is going to come back to seal it.
To confirm a temporary
98.
place at the top of the
Brandon, you
table.
require 60.
That's how quickly things have moved in the right direction for Brandon Weening. He's won every single match since that slip up against Alton McDermott. He started with 2 wins from 2 on Monday, and he
Game
does
shot
exactly
and
the
match,
same on
Brandon
Tuesday.
Weening.
And for Danny Van Trijp, it's been a disastrous day so far. 2 games played, 2 defeats. He led the table before dart was thrown. He now finds himself in 3rd position. Weening with a 4-1 success over the Dutchman. Coming up after the break, it is Richie Howson up against Alton McDermott. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Howson. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow! 'Welcome back to the wonderful, magnificent, picturesque, stunning live lounge here in Portsmouth for the MODUS Super Series, where we've completed 4 matches on this Tuesday morning. And before the break, we saw a win for Brandon Weening against Danny van Trijp by 4 legs. So it means that the Dutchman, having missed a dart to complete the card yesterday, is now 3 defeats in 3. And finds himself on 8 points. And he could find himself 4 points behind Richie Howson come the end of play here. And how things could have been different if that bullseye had been hit. Because it would have been Howson that would have been 4 points behind Van Trijp going into today's play. But what's it they say about particular situations arising and not
First
happening?
leg, it's Richie to throw first.
Howson
Game
with
on.
the darts in this match against Alton McDyer, who lost out 4-2 to Patrick Decker in his opening match of the session. Howson beat Van Trijp 4-3.
140.
I've got to say, though, that result for Richie Howson was a lot better than the average would suggest. You averaged 82.35 in that victory.
43.
But it felt like he played so much more than that. It was just one leg where he didn't really hit anything. Danny van Trijp held onto his throw. It was non-effective really to the result, but it pulled down the overall stats. And
100.
with that in mind, you'd imagine that Richie will be closer here to the 90 mark, which is where he's played most of his darts over
59.
the last couple of days, and certainly over the last couple of seasons.
And because of the format, there's a volatility. It's a word that we use all the time, but because it's short course, it's the appropriate word, regardless of what you look at.
100.
And the numbers are one as well, because one good leg can really inflate the average, one bad leg can really deflate it. But it's a quick start, good start here for
6.
Richie Howson, leaving
Richie
himself
require
161 after just
161.
9 darts. And he's got plenty of time to take a 1-0 lead in this contest, which is why he's not even going to entertain the prospect of the bullseye. He's going to leave himself on 32 after 12 to take the first leg out.
.42.
The
Richie
area of his
required
game he
32.
considers a strength. In the area of the board he considers a strength. There was only
Game's
ever
on
going
the
to be one
first
outcome,
leg,
wasn't there?
Richie
And that
Howson.
was Richie Howson sealing that off. A sweet 13 darter to kickstart proceedings.
Second leg,
But
it's Alton to throw
just
first.
take your mind back
Game
to
on.
when Alton McDyer left the stage after his previous defeat. It was after missing 9 darts at a double. He walked off very, very frustrated. So this is extremely good to see him regroup and recover the way he is here. You need that bit of character, you need that bit of resilience, certainly here at the Super Series, certainly in a Group A. You're playing 15 matches, you're going to make mistakes.
But so far, so good. Perfectly good. 6 in a row for Alton McDermott.
He missed 9 darts to win a leg in the last match. He could win a leg in the perfect 9.
Well, he's very close friends with Conor Heenahan, who's hit 2 9-darters on this stage. Is Alton McDermott going to add his name to the Roll of Honour? Not this time. But he's got so much space. In fact, he's got the best part of a 300-point lead.
But then the part of your mind that picks out positives and negatives will go, why didn't I do this on Richie Howson's darts?
140.
This for a holder throw.
99.
What's the ice cream finish?
$59.
Well, McDermott leads himself on tops after 12 to square this contest up at 1 apiece.
100. Alton, you require 40.
Really good response to the early setback.
Games
14
on the second
darter
leg.
to
Alton McDermott.
level us up. 1 apiece.
Third
No
leg,
respect
it's
there from
Richie
Richie
to
because
throw
he knows
first.
that Alton has had a
Game on.
tough time of it at points in this group, and I'm sure Alton will, as soon as he's done here today, be looking back at that 9-dart clip somewhere on social media.
100.
Well, who knows, if he finds a way of winning a leg on double 12, he can, with the art of editing these days, he can make it look like he did hit the 9-dart finish. He can just clip the other bits in. Done that before myself. Once did a 9-darter against Michael Van Gerwen on 5 different stages in 7 different shirts.
The joys of AI or Photoshop.
100.
Well, Howson on throw strong once again. It feels like one of those matches where the player throwing first is having all the time needed. He's got as much time as he wants really from this 164. McDermott still on 300. What did he give for another one of them to leave double 12?
100.
He'll take the 64 as a second prize because it may mean a stab at his favourite target of double 16.
25. Richie requires 64.
Double 16. Puts Richie Howson 2 onto the good. He's hardly missing that target. And he's on target here to
flag. It's Alton to
open
throw
up
first.
a 2-point gap at the top of this Group A table.
Well, he drew our attention, didn't he, Richie
82.
Howson, yesterday at the end of the day, and told us where to look, where to focus. He told us to focus on his finishing stats because that is where his game ultimately lies. Well, 6 from 9 so far today. He's only missed 3 darts at a double. That's a very, very impressive start to the day. It's taking it up a level from what was ultimately
59.
very impressive yesterday. A checkout percentage of 45%.
So far this week, he is 24 out of 49 on his doubling, which
140.
is at 48.98%. Just under 1 in every 2 attempts at a double. Richie Howson is finding the target he needs. Scarily good darts from a man that believes he's reaching his peak at the age of 59. Only took up the sport at the age of 42. He was a late bloomer into the sport. The last couple of years have been his best.
Just to fully frank
Richie
that
require
form and put some context to it in regards to the finishing and the doubles. When we look at the best finishers in the world, right now, the best statistical finisher, obviously over a bigger sample,
45.
is Damon Heta, who is checking out at 44.8%.
80. Richie require 116.
For 3-1. Double top. Just about slips into the 16.
76.
And it may have just put him off slightly on tops as he shook his head disconsolately. I don't know whether you were here for this week, Matt, but there was a week where Richie, I think he hit that particular finish about 5 or 6 times. He was so prolific.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Prolific on his
Howson.
doubles. He keeps up this ridiculous ratio of finding whatever he needs in a doubling sense.
5th
3 for
leg,
4
it's
in this
Richie
match.
to
He's
throw
about
first.
50% for the week.
Game on.
And he has the darts in his hand now to complete a comprehensive 4-1 success.
When you've got that
96.
in the locker, when you've got that in the back pocket, it just gives confidence.
95. $140. 43.
Well, Howson here is beginning to really motor towards home.
95.
Leaves himself on a finish after 9. McDermott cannot leave a finish in with a max here, so Howson doesn't have to take out the 170.
100. Richie require 170.
And breathing space, most importantly, to wrap up a 4-1 win.
98.
Back for 72 to get the job done. Averaging here just under a ton, Richie Howson. 99.5 is his average. He's had 6 2-treble scores. And it's been that consistency in terms of his scoring power, which has seen him leapfrog in front of Alton McDyer. And then when he's had an opportunity, he has not vanquished. This to move. 2 points clear at the top of the table. Double 16.
And the match.
He doesn't
Richie
miss
Howson.
that. He hasn't missed anything, hardly anything. Just the odd dart at tops in that match. Resounding 4-1 win for Richie Howson. Average of in excess of 98. 80% in terms of his doubles. Everything about that performance from Richie Howson, he will love the look of. Coming up after the break, it is Justin Smith up against Patrick Decker. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanauskas!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Howson. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McDermott.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Richie Howson beat Alton McDyer by 4 legs to 1. That moves him 2 points clear at the top of the group. Now a meeting between two players who look as if, even at this early stage, could well be destined for an appearance in Group C. Justin Smith and Patrick Decker go head to head. The winner moves on to 6 points in the group. A couple behind Danny Van Trijp, but Danny does have a much better
First leg, it's
legs
just into the row
difference and legs
first.
one ratio in comparison to this pair. And for Justin Smith, he needs to get back on the horse sooner rather than later, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. And it's not that he's not playing well, he's not getting results, and people keep finding something against him, and he'll probably feel that this is an opportunity now to get a win on the board. Playing against Patrick Decker, whose
140.
daily stats yesterday, 77. He backed that up with the 77 in the opening game, so Justin Smith may fancy his chances here. He's certainly a big 180 hitter. That is 12th maximum of his campaign so far. But we mentioned it earlier, and I think now that the chance maybe has gone for Justin Smith to win this group, I think he's better off suited to a Group C campaign. I think you put Justin Smith in Group C, and I think he wins it quite convincingly.
I don't think I can disagree with you there, Matt. I think you look at the clientele in Group B, it's a difficult group, whereas I think Group C, everybody will fancy their chances of getting out of it. Justin Smith looking at 1-2-4. Triple 18 would have given him a dart at the ball. Decker with a similar sized finish.
56. Patrick, you
Have
require
a
121.
3 dart ton plus checkout, although he did take out the ton in his previous match.
57. Justin, you
So
require
Justin Smith
68.
back 68 to take out the opening leg. Only if he can hold all 3 darts in his hand.
There's another Welshman, isn't there, who drops a dart, picks it up, and then hits what he wants.
Game shot on the first leg.
Must be
Justin
a Welsh
Smith.
trend.
Again,
Second
another
leg,
positive
it's
start to a
Patrick to throw
game for
first.
Justin Smith. That's a
Game on.
15 darter to take the opener against the Dutchman.
$59. $100.
Plays championship action, gets back underway today at the Robin Park Tennis Centre in Wigan. Many congratulations to Rob Cross. What a start he's having to 2025. Won in Den Bosch, won
134.
yesterday, beat Joe Cullen by 8 legs to 3 in the first Players' Championship final in Wigan.
60.
Had 3-ton plus averages on his way to winning that particular title, his 10th Players' Championship.
60.
Averaged 104 against James Hull, and then got the better of somebody we saw here last week, Carl Sneed,
59.
by 6 legs to 3. What a debut he had, Carl Sneed. He was quite nervous about the possibility of playing the Pro Tour because it was a complete unknown quantity last week, but he acquitted himself superbly.
No better place to play in that sort of ideal environment. As soon as you get to the board, it's all the same. But it's not the same here for Patrick Decker. There is just a time here where he's sort of throwing the arm across the body, and then he has a look at the hand afterwards, and not always the most settled.
140.
He might not be the most settled, but he might be about to level up the scores here.
Patrick, you require 48.
16 for double.
16. Justin, you
So
require
Justin Smith
42.
will return to double his advantage, get the break, and he's looking for the target that Patrick's just missed. And he finds, and he fires himself 2 up.
Third leg, it's Justin to throw first. Game on.
And perhaps you can't blame either of these two players, that even at this early stage of the group, there is a feeling that they could be a little bit flat. But Justin, he's played some good stuff, but he hasn't got results.
100.
And you can perhaps understand why he may feel like he's been beaten with a bat. Whereas Patrick still, despite picking up a couple of wins, still trying to really find his feet at this level.
$60. 58.
Well, it's present moment in time, Matt. Patrick's playing okay. He's
96.
averaging about 89, but it feels like one-way traffic.
Yeah, seems pretty fair, doesn't it?
99.
Justin Smith just finding a little bit more at the key moments right now. You do get the feeling here that Patrick is sort of playing up to the top end of his ceiling.
Justin, you require
Doing his
107.
first maximum of the week as well.
89.
And that double 18 would have been for Justin Smith's first top of the week. Didn't have one yesterday. And it's presented Patrick here with an opportunity at tops. Had a couple of darts to win the last leg, a couple of darts to win this leg, and he finds the tops to cut the gap back down to 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Patrick to throw first. Game on. $58. 108.
His maximum hitting at times this week, Justin Smith, has been bordering on scary. It's the second of this match.
41.
Had a couple against Brandon Weening earlier. Is he going to have a couple in this leg?
140.
Just completely threw the entire body into that last dart, didn't he? It's almost like he was bowing at the hockey before the dart hit the board. Just a sign there that he's not got the dart gripped completely in the hand. And
82.
needed that sudden surge to find a bit more. And you saw him fumbling with the dart a little bit, didn't you, in the setup there as well?
65.
I saw Brandon Weening earlier, wouldn't throw until he was settled and happy at the hockey, where Justin Smith refusing to stop. He will find a way to propel that dart.
60.
He will stubbornly throw when he wants to throw. But he's throwing here for 3-1 lead.
60. Justin, you require 56.
3-1.
That's kind of the story of Justin Smith's week so far, isn't it? Well thrown darts, but without reward. Both of those right on the wire. And here comes Patrick Decker to put himself in range.
123. Justin, you require 18.
Always splits on 18 with 3 in hand, and the 2-8-8 combination works there. Justin Smith, 3-1 to the good against Patrick Decker, looking for his first win since this meeting yesterday, where he won 4-0.
57.
Speaking about the Pro Tour yesterday, obviously Rob Cross won it. Incredible game against Andrew Gilden, who averaged 108 and lost 7 legs consecutively in the semi-final. But is there anybody that caught your eye yesterday?
Oh, Joe Cullen. When you look at how poor his year was last year to then reach a final, absolutely incredible. Story of the day.
96.
And we know that following the World Championships, he went on that climb up Kilimanjaro, took some time out from the sport, and it looks like that time away has done in the world a good. And sometimes at the elite level of sport, sometimes the best thing you can do is just
99.
to completely decompartmentalise everything. And that was exactly what he did then. No communication pretty much with the outside world. He was stuck with just himself and a hike.
$121. Patrick, you require 83.
Well, Decker's got a chance here on 83 to get the break back and to make it 3-2. 38 scored, so 45 remaining. And he's going to leave
Justin,
himself
you require 113.
upon his return on 33. If there's a return, this is for the match. This for a commanding 4-1 win, but double 18 doesn't come to his aid.
You require 33.
He keeps leaving double 18, but then when he goes to double 9, likes to split it. Interesting from Justin.
Yeah, it's not a tactic you would advise anybody to follow, is it? But if this game's going to continue, this double 16 you feel needs to go.
17.
It's quite a way off.
Justin, you require 36.
Well, he's going to have to go for the double 9, or at least he should, but he's going to split. And that's why, because double 8 is found with pure conviction. Justin Smith reels off a 4-1 win against Patrick Decker. It moves the Bearded Dragon on to 6 points in the group. For Patrick, well, his 2-match winning run comes to an end. This, the state of play in terms of the stats on that match. We're off for some commercial messages now, and after which Ultimate Dyer will take on Brandon Weening. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 2 rounds down on this Tuesday morning. This is what we have seen up to press. Richie Howson beginning to stretch a lead at the top of it. He's won his first 2, but Danny Van Trijp has lost his first 2, and he's lost ground at the top of the table. A couple of wins to Brandon Weening means that he's now the closest challenger to Richie Howson at the top of the table. 12 points plus 12 legs difference for Howson. Weening back on 10 points plus 11. Van Trijp, who remember began the day top of the table on 8 points, hasn't improved upon that tally and now finds himself in 3rd. And he could actually be outside the top 3 and into a Group C spot if he loses to Justin Smith in a match time. Before that, it is Alton McDermott against Brandon Weening. It's game 7 of our session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Alton has lost both of his matches today. A 4-2 defeat to Patrick Decker in his opener was followed up by a 4-1 defeat to Richie Howson. As for Brandon, well, he beat Justin by that 4-1 scoreline before then beating Danny Van Trijp in 5 legs. It's McDermott with the darts in Game 7 as we begin the middle round of fixtures on this Tuesday morning at the Live Lounge. All the action coming to you live on Pluto TV, where we have 30 hours of live darts for you a week on the dedicated 24-hour MODUS Super Series darts channel. And it'll all build up to
41.
A Saturday night crescendo where we'll be live from 7:30 p.m. to see who's going to join the Champions Week lineup of Alex Small, Jensen Walker and Sam Spivey.
140.
We've already got 3 first-time Champions Week participants. And the way that
60.
this group pans out and the way this week pans out, unless Justin Smith and John O'Shea can across the finishing line, we will have a 4th new name that's never played at Champions Week before.
And I think that's why you're dubbing it the land of opportunity.
6.
All those players there will be fancying their chances of scooping that big prize check at the end of the series.
I don't think a field for Champions Week has been as wide open. And I know we're only 3 weeks in and there's a possibility that some of the regular names could find a way through. But I don't think there's ever been a Champions Week that's been as open for interpretation as this one.
56.
McDyer's got time and space to take out the opening leg. He had the 142 yesterday. He's not going to add the 156 to the collection.
$55. Alton, you require 56.
For the first leg, double top.
Game shot on the first
Into the
leg.
corner,
Alton
and Alton McDyer is into a lead.
Second leg, it's Brandon to throw first. Game on. $134. 41.
One thing we've questioned so far in regards to Brandon Weening is his ability to hit back when things haven't quite gone his way. That's something he's
40.
sort of giving us a bit of an answer to here. Very good reaction here to a slow start.
$135.
Weening leaves himself on 132 to respond to the opening leg in which he lost to McDyer against the darts, where he's not made any inroads at all. And so Weening here has got the luxury of a trio of visits to
6.
get this leg won, and he's left himself 72 after just a dozen darts to square us up at one apiece.
These are luxury legs that you don't get that often, where your opponent's not really hit anything and you've hit.
72.
Gives you plenty of time at the back end of the leg just to get the job done and to put that mark on the board.
$48.
Well, Weening's going to come back for double 12 upon his return.
60. Brandon, you require
And there really
24.
is no rush and no urgency to get it, although he'll want to make sure he doesn't faff around on this. It's been a low-key game so far.
No score.
Well, this is the time that he's earned. He earned this at the start of the leg, which gives him a little bit of freedom at the back, but the missed doubles are starting to add up now. That is 5
24.
missed darts. Well,
Brandon, you
he's
require
got another 6 if he
24.
needs them now. McDyer leaving himself on a bogey.
And this
It's
time,
on the second
Weening
leg.
finds
Brandon
the double
Weening.
12, and we have a level match, 1-1.
Third leg, it's Alton to throw first. Game on. $41. $96.
Pro Tour does get back underway today, 1 o'clock. The action will resume from the Robin Park Tennis
100.
Centre. Luke Humphries, Luke Littler, and Monday's winner Rob Cross amongst the big names that are in action. The draw will come out before
55.
too long. It's one of those days where Dart Connect will be filled with people. In fact, the draw's just come out
24.
for that particular event. Just having a peer through. Well, here's a Super Series battle from last year. Jim Long against Sebastian Białecki. Joe
58.
Cullen takes on Rhys Griffin. Nathan Aspinall takes on Connor Scott.
58.
How about this? Josh Rock against Bo Greaves. Of course, looking for back-to-back titles against Mickey Mansell.
$140.
So Alan Suter.
Brandon, you require 152.
Brandon Weening looking at 152 here. So he's wide of the intended target.
92.
He's going to come back for 60 to level us up at one apiece.
$44. Brandon, you require 60.
Double top. Double 10's so awkward when an opponent's not on a finish because you try your best not to go
40.
inside and to cause yourself problems. But luckily for him, he is going to come back for free at that target.
$81. Brandon, you require 20.
Well, that makes it tricky. It's going right over to the left-hand side here. He's going to have to really clatter this one into the dart.
No score. Alton, you require
Just
93.
over pitching.
Well, this would be a steal of a leg. But that finds the treble free. So let's look at treble 20 there to leave double 12, 84 left.
37.
Well,
Brandon, you
Weening's
require
missed 10
20.
darts. Had a double in this match. Now looking at double 10 to open up a 2-1 lead. Double 5.
Game shot
Into the
third
top
leg.
corner
Brandon
into a
Weening.
2-1 lead. Brandon Weening was at best pleased with that leg, but it's on the board
Fourth leg. It's
nonetheless.
Brandon to throw first. Game on.
In fact, Luke Humphries isn't playing today. Luke Littler is in action. He takes on Pero Klubic, the Croatian.
81.
That's on board 13.
$78.
We're back here, Weening leading by 2 legs to 1.
Well, it's only a matter of legs away that we would have been talking about Brandon
95.
Weening being in that draw in Wigan, wasn't it? Missing out on a PDC Pro Tour by 4 legs. How those small margins can
134.
sometimes define. That would have been 2 years of his life there, where he'd have been on the tour with the land of opportunity. Now we're looking to carve out a new pathway for himself. Maybe looking at a return to Lakeside.
He's one of a sizable Australian contingent
60.
that played at the famous Frimley Green Championships back in December.
$105.
Well, Weening looking to really stretch his legs in this match.
99.
Left
Brandon,
himself
you
on 80
require
after
80.
a dozen darts, and he now has the opportunity to open up a 3-1 lead. 2-in-hand double 10. This is the much better leg than the last.
70.
A bit of 15 darter.
Howson, you require 130.
Well, 15 is the amount of darts he's had at a double so far. Double 5.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Howson McDermott.
Beautiful finish. Strong reaction. He knows what that means in terms of the
5th
context of
leg,
this
it's
game. He's
Howson
back
to
in
the
control.
reverse.
He's got the throw back in
Game on.
essentially a best-of-3 game. And that's the second time now that he's pulled out one of those big finishes when he needs it. He did it yesterday in this fixture.
96.
A 1-4-2 finish around about the same time, the middle part of the game.
And at this point, nothing to separate this
41.
pair right now. 2-2 between McDermott and Weening.
121.
And it was a win for Howson McDermott in the meeting yesterday. This match did go the full 7 legs, and there's a distinct possibility that we could see a repeat of that scoreline here, the way these two are cancelling each other out. Weening did have a chance to stretch his lead to 2 legs, was unable to
85.
do so.
$96. $100. $81.
Well, McDermott, 107 to move himself 3-2 to the good.
$41. Howson, you require 107.
107 for 3-2. And again, going down for the bullseye on a finish akin to that.
30.
Don't get it. I don't understand the benefit.
$100. Howson, you require 77.
So 77 for McDermott to open up a 3-2 lead in this match. He's going to get 2 darts in his hand. Double 10.
$67.
Well, the misses
Brandon,
are now
you
beginning
require
to multiply for
134.
McDermott.
When I look over the scoreboard, he'll probably be quite happy seeing Brandon Weening back on the 134. But it is a gettable finish. Certainly now.
94. Howson, you require
Well, Weening's
10.
on tops if there is a miss on double 5. Actually, this target's been quite fruitful for Howson McDermott this week.
No
But
score.
not there.
Brandon, you
Weening
require
for the break
40.
and then to have the darts to win it. Tops.
No score. Howson, you require 10.
So Weening bodges free. What can McDermott make of this double 5? Well, the chaos goes on, doesn't it? The
8.
chaos goes on.
Brandon, you require 40.
3 from 25. McDermott now on his doubles today. That is the
Game's on
clear
the
problem.
fifth leg, Brandon Weening.
Brandon Weening, not too much more successful in that area. 15% at the moment in this game.
Sixth leg,
19
it's Brandon
darts
to throw
thrown,
first.
3
Game
found.
on.
Well, it's not going to go down as a classic, is it?
For one of them, though, it's going to go down as very important.
And what's it
58.
we say about averages on trophies and all of that stuff? Brandon Weening could play pretty much his poorest game of the week, but there'd be 2 points which would put him to the top of the table if he can get them.
100.
Well, McDermott with that max. Bit of strong leg, 140, 180 against the throw. And now looks set to take us all the way.
100.
Well, McDermott didn't hit a single maximum yesterday, and that is his third 180 of the day. Significant improvement here in the sort of A
81.
column of the A game.
Yeah, there's facets he'll be pleased in terms of how he's improved, but there'll be other things where I think there'll be a glaring disappointment. But that's kind of what we say about a lot of ADC qualifiers. The good stuff is really good, but for them this is an opportunity to learn and adapt and to work around certain things. Tops had to be because of the way Dart 1 laid low into the bed.
60.
He's left tops after 12, and it looks like we're going all the way.
Well, nothing feels secure when the players are going for the doubles at the minute.
95. Alton, you
3
require
from
40.
25. McDermott so far on the outer ring.
Game shot on the sixth leg. Alton McDermott.
That'll make it feel a lot better. It's a breaker throw. We go all the way in this game.
Seventh
McDermott
and final
now got an
leg. It's
opportunity
Alton
to
throw
really
first. Game on.
cause a bit of a problem here for Brandon Weening and his chances of winning this group.
Well, Brandon Weening has saved
83.
his most below par performance that we've seen from him for the worst possible time. And I mean this without disrespect, but the way the table has been put into 2 portions now, or seemingly put into 2 portions.
99.
The bottom 3 players, if you're going to win this group, they have to be given results.
108.
4th maximum of the day, and what a time to do it.
2 in the last 2 legs, and he is beginning to press at Brandon Weening, who, if you remember back, had darts for a 3-1 lead.
100.
How that feels a long time ago. But it's McDermott now who has the opportunity to get the job done here and now.
85.
Leaves himself on a finish, but what can Brandon do from 302?
$50. Alton, you require 153.
So 6 darts sent for 153 for Alton McDermott to win the match. Not to be on this particular occasion.
58.
But he is going to come back looking at 95 to get the job done. In fairness to Alton, he's raised his level as this game's come to a close.
Oh, absolutely. And now it's panic stations here. This has to be a treble. It's
44.
not a treble. So McDermott now, time on his side. He's got 6 darts at 95.
$55.
He's going to come back for double top.
100.
Well, this could be a
40.
costly defeat for Brandon Weening. Alton McDyer stares at double top to win this match in a last leg decider. He beat Brandon Weening 4-3 yesterday. And he's going to do exactly the same on Tuesday. He's got a message for us as Alton McDyer. He ain't going anywhere. He lets out the pent-up emotions as he seals his second win on the Super Series stage. His second win against Brandon Weening by 4 legs to 3. Coming up next, Danny Van Trijp up against Justin Smith. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receiving the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth. Alton McDyer beat Brandon Weening by 4 legs to 3 before the break. Game 8 sees Danny Van Trijp and Justin Smith go head to head, and this is the precarious situation that Danny Van Trijp finds himself in at this particular moment in time. A defeat here for the Dutchman would mean that the player at the top of the table at the beginning of the day would find himself 4th and in a provisional Group C position because, or potentially because of the legs difference anyway. If there is a big win for Justin Smith, then things could become a little bit dangerous for Danny. Smith would be on 8, Van Trijp would be on 8. But if Danny can win this, then he would have seen defeat for Brandon Weening before the break. He could potentially jump up to
140.
second position in the group. The only problem he's got is Richie Howson is playing the player at the bottom of the table. In Patrick Decker, Justin Smith hitting his first max of the match. Hit 2 in his first 2 encounters.
140.
Starting as he hopes to mean to go on.
Very impressive. 180 hitting. Like I say, he's 5th of the day. He hit 9 yesterday. 14 in total now for Justin Smith. In regards to the maximum hitting.
100.
This, though, has always got the ingredients to be a bit of a belter. Both players play with
100.
sort of pace that's going to suit each other to pull out peak performance.
The bullseye. He's had his trials and
82.
tribulations on that particular target. He doesn't find it on this occasion. And so Justin Smith here looking at treble 20 to leave the ball, not to be on this occasion. The third one wildly deflects out,
39.
clipping the barrel of the first. And so it gives Van Trijp a couple of opportunities here, a double 16.
7.
And there are a couple of opportunities in which he's bodged.
90.
The bull for the Bearded Dragon. He finds what Danny Van Trijp couldn't. 1-0 to the Bearded Dragon.
Second leg, it's Justin to the row first. Game on. $59. $135.
I was having a look at Danny's facial expressions in his previous match, the 4-1 defeat to Brandon Weening, and I'm just having a look at it again here. Sometimes we can actually see this from the European players on the second day. I just wonder whether he's just a little bit flat at this present moment in time, Danny Van Trijp.
Certainly will be in regards to losing those last 2 games and losing the one at the back end of yesterday. He won his first 4, then lost his next 3. And when you're on that losing run, you feel like the opportunity may have slipped you by, especially when you've got a player like Richie Howson in the field who's been playing so well like he has so far today. I suppose it's not just that, it's the fact that
126.
Richie Howson is also going up against Patrick Decker next, who, as we know, has only picked up 2 victories so
100.
far.
Smith looking to set up for a 2-0 lead. Van Trijp looking at
Danny, you require
125 to level this match up at 1 apiece. He's not having any fun, is he, around that target? But he's going to have to head back for the ball. And he's nowhere near it again.
Justin, you require 140.
Couldn't find a second, and so Van Trijp will return for 45 to level this game back up at 1 apiece.
132.
He's himself on a
Danny,
double.
You require 45.
But the Justin Smith break of the opening leg is cancelled out by
Danny
one of
Van
Danny's
Trijp.
own. Now, as far as this year is concerned for Danny, as we mentioned, Q-School didn't get
Third
through
leg,
it,
it's
lost
Danny
his
to the
tour
row
card.
first.
In terms of the
Game on.
Challenge Tour, following the first weekend's worth of play, finds himself 25th on the order of merit,
55.
£775 to his name.
$100. $58.
Oh.
120.
That was a strange scenario. Sort of knocked the dart out that was in and replaced it with treble. It
60.
worked out all right. He replaced it with a treble 20. But it didn't even look loose.
60. 60. 60.
Just having a look at those Challenge Tour events. Danny didn't really make any severe inroads. Perhaps not the kind of inroads that he would have liked, particularly coming off tour. Where you really want to hit the ground running straight away when you play on the Challenge Tour circuit. Challenge Tour is something that Justin Smith has won before
65.
in his career. It just goes back to the conversation that we were having yesterday about the high level Justin has, and maybe sometimes we haven't seen him fully fulfill the potential that we know he has. But he's showing glimpses of good stuff here. Looking for the third consecutive breaker throw at the beginning of the match.
56.
And Danny Van Trijp may have a meeting with his grand nemesis, the Bullseye, again in a couple of moments.
55. Justin, you require 40. Game shot on the third leg.
3 legs
Justin
played,
Smith.
3 breaks a throw. Justin Smith leads by 2 legs to 1 as a result of it.
Fourth leg, it's Justin
2
to
from
throw
2 on the
first.
doubles today, or in
Game
this
on.
game, shall I say, Justin Smith. I don't think I've done this with you yet, Matt.
59.
We did this last year, and you correctly identified a series champion in Darius Labanauskas.
140.
Who's a name at the Super Series, or you'd expect to be seeing here at the Super Series this year, that could have some real success?
60.
I'll give you 2. Steve Beaton, Mervyn King.
100.
We've seen Steve get to a final here. He played in the
100.
Legends League, lost out to Richie Howson by 4 legs to 2.
60. 60. 129. 128. Danny, you
A
require
couple of troubles
62.
there. Leaves Justin Smith on 94. Van Trijp looking at double top.
Game
To
shot
level
of
this
fourth
match up
leg,
at 2
Danny Van
apiece into the
Trijp.
top corner. 4 legs played, 4 breaks a throw. It's Danny Van Trijp 2, Justin Smith 2.
Fifth leg, it's Danny to throw first.
This game being broadcast live on Pluto TV across the United Kingdom and across the associated territories as well.
140.
A reminder, if well, that's unlucky
74.
there, that's clipped in and out, and if you are in a territory which has Pluto TV,
100.
you can download the app for free. It's available via your applicable app store, whether it be on your television or your smart device. Stream now, pay never. You can make the Super Series your
56.
favourite channel. And once you do that, as soon as you log on to the app, this will be the first thing you see.
121.
Not just the live darts, but plenty of other bonus content as well. We'll delve into our archives. We will have exclusive interviews and
57.
documentary
Danny, you require
series as well.
140. 92.
this a much better leg from Danny Van Trijp, leaving 48 after 12. The first time a player on throw in this contest really has made any
58.
inroads.
Danny, you require 48.
It's a time where he could really get some control on the match and
Game shot of fifth
continue
leg,
the misery
Danny
here
Van
for Justin
Trijp.
Smith, but also continue Danny Van Trijp's hopes of winning this group.
Sixth leg, it's
Be a very
Justin to throw
damaging
first.
blow if he was to
Game on.
lose this fixture, knowing that Howson sat in the wings ready to try and extend his position at the top of the table.
85. 100. 90. 94. 60. 98. 97.
Well, there's been times where the fallibilities of the players have been stripped bare.
57.
Leaving himself on a finish, but Van Trijp will feel here with a decent score here. He can see this game off.
60. Justin, you require 167.
But the stem of this game has seemingly been taken out of it. They look like two
60.
players, if we're being brutally honest, Matt, that are seemingly going through the motions right now.
Well, Danny's still got a very strong opportunity here in regards to qualification, certainly in regards to a Group B race. That one may be about to shape up here if Justin Smith doesn't get the victory. He'll be 4 points away.
41.
And we are
Danny, you
past the
require
halfway point
84.
now.
For the match, it's the bullseye. He is just
59.
not finding it, and there's
Justin,
a
you
smirk on
require
his face
66.
because he knows that that particular target has been nagging him all week. This to take us all the way,
It's on the
double
sixth leg,
18.
Justin Smith.
It's 3-3, everybody.
7
We go all the
final
way
leg.
once
It's
again.
Danny to throw first. Game on. $140. 100.
Big last start there, keeps Justin Smith's hopes alive. Well, they did.
140.
Now needs one of those maximums, not going to find it.
95.
Well, Van Trijp, 6 darts for the match, and he's made some severe
125.
inroads. Left himself a 2-darter after 9, potential 11-darter in the last leg of the match. If at times
59.
it's been
Danny,
a
you require
sluggish
96.
game, Van Trijp is finding the brilliance towards the end of it. 76 left. He's not going to get it done on this visit, but he's going to get the opportunity to have 3 in
56.
hand at tops upon his return.
100. Danny, you
Well,
require
this just
40.
keeps himself in the equation. It puts him on to 10 points.
Game shot
And it keeps
and the
Danny
match.
Van
Danny
Trijp
Van
guessing
Trijp.
and hoping that the Group A could go his way. A 13-darter in the last. You can see in terms of his facial expressions how hard work that was. Both players, if the truth be told, didn't really get going in that contest. We know what they can both do, but until that 13-darter in the last leg, didn't quite see it. Danny Van Trijp beats Justin Smith by 4 legs to 3. Patrick Decker takes on Richie Howson on Pluto TV, live next. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen!
Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Howson. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McDermott.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! It's the MODUS Super Series. It's Tuesday morning. It's game 9 of our session. And it's Patrick Decker up against Richie Howson. Before the break, we saw Danny Van Trijp get the better of Justin Smith in a last leg decider. What are we going to see in this meeting between these two? It's the player at the top up against the player at the bottom. There's an 8-point gap between these two going into this particular game. But we have seen in the past, big gaps, big leads, and positions can sometimes mean out in a particular contest. For Richie, well, if he wins this, he'll move on to 14 points, and it would be a 7th consecutive victory for him. He lost his opening match of the group to Brandon Weening, and from that point onwards, Matt, he's been, well, perfect.
Yeah, Richie Howson been very, very strong. Doubles have been a real key asset, but that last game from Richie Howson was absolutely brilliant, wasn't it? A 4-1 victory over McDermott, average of 98.37. Every single part of his game was strong. Not just that when it comes to the doubling on the outer ring, for which is running at nearly 50% for the week so far. Statistics that would make him the best double hitter in the world if they were sustainable.
95.
Well, it's certainly grown to be a key strength of Howson's, who continues to grow as a player, time on time, year on year, appearance after appearance here and in other competitions such as the World Seniors Championship. Will go in as one of the big favourites to win that competition.
58.
In fact, in terms of what the odds compilers are laying on Howson to win that particular championship, the bookies actually have him as 8-1. He's actually pretty much in the middle of the field. He's 8-1 alongside Robert Thornton. Mervyn King and Vincent van der Voort, the 9-2 joint favourites with the tournament sponsor. We've beaten 5-1. 11-2 Gates and Whitlock. 13-2 John Henderson. Howson's 8-1 with Robert Thornton. I'm intrigued by those odds.
125. Richie require 118.
For the opening leg of a ton plus checkout. Richie
Edge on
Howson
the
yesterday
first leg,
had
Richie
3 of them,
Howson.
and now he's found a 4th. And that 118
Second
gives him
leg,
the
it's
breaker
Richie
throw
Zero
right
first.
from the get-go.
Game on.
We're banging on about the incredible finish of Richie Howson and the stats of what they've been this week, but let's go beyond that. Let's take a look over the last 12 months. Last 12 months, Richie Howson averaging 41.74% on his checkouts. Now, to give you an idea, if we put a world ranking together of all players' checkout percentages, Richie Howson would be the world number 11. That is above the likes of Rob Cross, Luke Littler, Stephen Bunting,
100.
Gary Anderson, Ryan Searle, Michael Van Gerwen, Raymond Van Barneveld, Josh Rock, just to name a few people that he would be ahead of in regards to those finishing stats.
60.
Only 10 people with a better checkout percentage.
Well,
140.
it's fair to say in the case of some players, they've had hard work in games. And yes, Howson beat Van Trijp 4-3, but he's trying to make easy progress of the matches that he should take care of. He beat McDermott 4-1, and the leg McDermott 1, he was on a 9.
61.
Averaged 98 in that game. Here, averaging 105. Now, I completely understand that the World Seniors Championship is played
85.
over a much longer format than we play here at the Super Series. But playing darts like that, 8-1 is a joke of a price.
81. Richie requires 76.
He could be the value at 8-1. He really could if he's going to play in this vein of form over the course of the tournament. He's playing well here. He's looking for 2-0. He's looking at tops.
56.
Please miss one.
Patrick, you require 120.
A rare sight. Richie Howson missing a dart at double. He may not get another. But he did say, didn't he, that
Richie
he prefers the combination
20.
shots rather than coming up with 3 darts in hand.
And we don't see him around
Edge
double
on the
10
second
too
leg,
often, but
Richie
he's
Howson.
taking it with the first dart and he moves into a 2-0 lead.
Third leg, it's Patrick to throw first. Game on.
It's just drama-free, really, isn't it, for Richie Howson at the
59.
moment? Just sat on his perch at the top of the table.
He must be looking at everybody else, sweating it out, making it hard work and thinking, right, you do that, lads. I'm going to take care of my own business. And he must feel if he can just carry on in this vein of form, he could get this group sewn up quite quickly.
Yeah, the only people who worry about league tables and permutations are them who are not winning. Because when you're winning, you know where you are. You're at the top. It's easy.
40.
And I think sometimes names can give a deception as well as to how people play. If this was somebody in terms of name, like, say, for example, some of the bigger names that have graced this particular stage, we'll be probably patching purple praise to the cows come over. If this is Steve Beaton or Simon Whitlock, for example, we'll be lavishing these numbers for the rest of time, but
100.
Richie's playing at this level, and at this present moment in time, this is a world-class level that he's playing at.
Well, he's backing up the performance, isn't he, from the last game? 98.37 the last. And now 99.53. Hanging out just shy of the 100 average at the minute.
And just makes it look so effortlessly easy as well.
100.
It's hardly looking as if he's
Patrick, you
breaking
require
sweat at this present moment in
141.
time. And he's going to get a look at this 76 to
125.
get the double break
Richie
and move 3-0
requires
up. But
76.
Decker, to his credit, has put him under pressure. He's left himself on a double. Double top. Patrick Decker
36.
expected it to go, but Richie Howson's just
Patrick, you
beginning to miss a
require
little bit more
16.
than perhaps he has done today. Didn't expect this opportunity. And takes it
On the
back
third
to
leg,
2-1.
Patrick Decker.
See Richie Howson there just peering round the corner. I think he probably thought that second dart was
Fourth
in.
leg, it's Richie to throw
Sometimes
first.
you can get that when the
Game on.
dart just angles like it did. It kicked over to the right-hand side. It can be a bit misleading at times into where it actually has gone. And it reminds me very much of playing a player who doesn't play darts anymore. Used to be a quality player. Justin Pipe. And when you used to stand behind Justin Pipe, you'd see his darts had laid down
83.
beyond the angle of Phil Taylor, and he had the longest points going, did Justin. And with that, you never knew where it actually landed. Sometimes you'd watch him throw and you go, happy days, he only hit 60. And then mark up a 180. Because it was just so misleading in terms of the landing.
$139.
Howson 6 darts on 2-6-1 to establish a 2-leg gap in this match.
100.
Always leaving himself on a finish or in and around after 9 darts is Richie.
100. Richie require 161.
Decker frustrated he couldn't get more out of that visit. Howson's got a couple of cracks here to move himself 2 within 1 of victory.
43. $28. Richie require 118.
Well, he's already found this once in the match. Is he going to do so on a second occasion? Double top.
78.
That tops isn't correlating right now for Richie.
151.
Unlike it did earlier on today, where he wasn't missing anything. He's still 40% on the doubles, but he's the first to say he's disappointed with that number. Double top. Oh
Game shot on
my!
the fourth leg. Patrick Decker.
Patrick Decker with a beautiful shot. And he
Fifth
let us
leg,
know all
it's
about
Patrick
it. He
to
let us
throw
know all
first.
about it.
Game on.
He's enjoying himself, and he will look back at that on a highlights reel for years to come.
And I don't just think that would be the reaction there for Patrick Decker. I think there'd been a reaction in the back room as well. Danny Van Trijp
96.
and Brandon Weening will be on the side of Patrick Decker here. They will be members 1 and 2 in the Patrick Decker fan club because they really do need to see Richie Howson taste defeat somewhere. But Howson's having none of it.
Well, Patrick's done this all day, making people work hard for
85.
things. He's averaging here after 4 legs in excess of 91. There's signs that he has been getting better over the course of the day. But hold on a minute. Okay, stop holding on.
85. $85. $94.
Howson leaving himself on 142. Threatening the break again.
95. Richie require 142.
142 to make it 3-2. And to give him the darts for the match. He was hit by the 151 haymaker in the previous leg. Is he going to hit back with a ton topper of his own? It would have been his second of the match.
Patrick,
But that
require
tops is being missed
140.
and missed on a regular basis now.
We'll be back. 3 darts in hand to re-break the throw.
100. Richie
Patrick
require
left himself
40.
handy after 15 darts here. The level's going up for Patrick. He's averaging 91. He's laying it down here to Richie Howson,
Game
who
shot on the fifth
responds
leg.
last start
Richie
in hand.
Howson.
You sort of feel very safe when Richie Howson's on the outer ring.
Sixth leg. It's Richie to throw
He's
first.
sustained his levels here, Richie
Game on.
Howson. His average isn't dropping. It's the challenge is coming from Patrick Decker here. It's not that Howson is dropping, it's Patrick's getting better.
Well, it's still averaging just a shade under 96 at this
100.
present moment in time is Richie Howson. Still 33% on the doubles. It's a display which most players would be more than pleased with. But the problem is opposition is beginning, as you mentioned, to rise up to that particular challenge.
140.
Patrick comes from a part of the Netherlands which is very, very strong darts-wise. Hails from the same
60.
sports calf as Marvin van Velzen down in Maasdijk in the Netherlands. And so he'll be around plenty of players with plenty of pedigree.
140.
Some of his Super League matches he must play must be ridiculously brutal in terms of standard.
140.
But Howson is a brutal player on the hockey, an absolute gentleman off it. But when posed and poised with
100.
a battle in hand, he will quite literally, as he says on the back of his shirt, never give up.
100. Patrick, you require 121.
Both players on ton plus outshots. Patrick to level the match, Howson to win the match. Patrick's not going to find the 1-2-1. Howson
53.
comes back looking at
Richie
101
require 101.
to move himself onto 14 points and to keep himself in command of this Group A. Channel 19 isn't going to go, and so Decker
69.
returns looking at 68
Patrick, you
to
require
take us the
68.
distance.
$63. Richie require 32.
For the match, double
Shot
16
on
is
the match.
found.
Richie
His
Howson.
safe haven gets him out of jail as Patrick Decker was just continuing to chip away at him. Richie Howson now moves 4 points clear at the top of the table. He has got a safety net now. He's beaten Patrick Decker by 4 legs to 2. Decent performance, average of 95. 4 from 10 when it came to the doubles. Howson 4, Decker 2. It's Danny Van Trijp against Holton McDyer. My teeth will be back in after the break.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
26. Charlie, you
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last two darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie,
approaching the
require
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 double 7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie,
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require
I
20.
think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Great dart, double 12.
Game shown the second leg.
Now we can see
Adam
great
Moe.
darts.
Well, that'll do. And so will that.
Got out the match! And the Week 2 MODUS Super Series Champion, Jensen Walker!
A teenage dream fulfilled.
The Interceptor, Jensen Walker!
So these are the players that have won a week so far in Series 10 at the Super Series. Alex Small got the party started a couple of weeks ago. Jensen Walker in the middle of the pack, as you saw in that VT there. And Sam Spivey picking up the spoils on Saturday. This is what we've seen on this Tuesday morning. Richie Howson got the better of Patrick Decker by 4 legs to 2 before the break. Our next meeting sees Danny Van Trijp take on Alton McDermott. Going into that, Danny Van Trijp just about keeps himself in play. He's in third place, having started top of the table, but Richie Howson has won 7 games in a row, and because of that, he has a 4-point lead at the top of the table on 14 points from Brandon and Danny respectively. So let's get into our next match then. It sees Van Trijp and McDyer go head to head. And for Danny, today hasn't quite gone as serene as perhaps Monday did at points.
But he did pick up a victory, didn't he, in his last game, and that's a good starting point there, and a good win against Justin Smith, who's been one of the star performers of the campaign so far. So positive signs in regards to the turning of things here for Danny, and also just resisting that challenge that he may drop out of a Group B contending place. Got a 4-point buffer on Justin Smith in that position, and a win here will put him in a very strong position.
First
to at
leg,
least get
it's
Group B
Danny to
place.
throw first. Game
So
on.
Van Trijp will kick us off in the red and black striped shirt.
100.
What are we going to see from DVT in this particular encounter? It looks like we're going to see a strong start from Alton McDermott. Maximum with his first visit. Didn't hit one yesterday, but
135.
been prolific on the maximum trail as far as Tuesday is concerned. Hit a couple of his last 2 games.
And that is his 5th of the week so far in regards to the maximum hitting. So a big step up today for McDermott. Looking a lot more competitive.
108.
Well, Danny Van Trijp ended his match against Justin Smith-Strong. He hit a 13 darter in the final leg of that contest. He's looking as if he's taken that particular form into this particular match. Potential 11 darter hit. That is an 11 darter. And that is a super start from Danny Van Trijp, beginning to hit his straps again.
Second leg, it's Alton to throw first. Game on.
Well, Danny Van Trijp has had a bit of a trip. Well, he's having quite the experience this week, isn't he, the Dutchman?
140.
He fell foul of Portsmouth Water yesterday. And now traversing the stage, having dropped his darts off it.
85.
I'm glad that wasn't Saturday, otherwise somebody in row 1 may have had their eyes out.
I also like the way he didn't choose to use the stairs.
43. $139.
Well, the quest
83.
this week is to see who's going to be Portsmouth's finest on Saturday night here at the Live Lounge in
99.
Portsmouth. Tickets are available for Saturday's finale here in Portsmouth.
44.
www.dartshot.tv, the place to be to get your tickets
41.
for said final. Alternatively, have a look at that QR code, which will send you to the same website. £5 for the
Danny, you
tickets.
require 137.
Tops was what Danny was looking at after
97.
treble 19
Alton,
with
you
the first
require
dart. McDyer
134.
134 to level proceedings up at 1 apiece.
$60. Danny, you require 40.
For 2-0 and the break, double top. Now 2 10s.
20.
Not a friend.
Alton, you require 74. $38. Danny, you
for
require
a 2-0
20.
lead. Danny Van Trijp wants double 10 and gets double 10.
Leg. Danny Van
The
Trijp.
first leg was blistering. The second one, he managed to get the break. 2-0.
Third leg, it's Danny
to the
to throw
Dutchman.
first. Game on.
Played at a really good pace, this one as well, isn't it? Just under a couple of minutes a leg at the moment. Both players like to get on with things. It's always an easy game on the eye, isn't it? It's one of those things where
100.
you'd almost quite happily watch 2 players average 81 who play with pace rather than 2 players averaging 100 that are slow.
Well, it's just more
60.
aesthetically pleasing on the eye, isn't it? And I suppose it's the same in other sports where a certain style of play may be more conducive on the eye to other ways of playing a particular game, but it is a results-based business.
100.
You on about Burnley?
Oh, mate, I had to watch them at Fratton Park a couple of weeks ago. It was an entertaining watch if you wanted to sleep.
42.
But it gets results. It gets results. You know, there's so much said in
43.
football about the word principles, and sticking to that. And yes, sometimes you can be flashy and sometimes you can play in a certain way, but if it doesn't get results, then it's pointless.
Quite literally.
42.
Exactly. And Danny's not somebody that you would class as flashy. He just gets up, he gets along with his business. There's no histrionics, there's no flair to the game. I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. He just gets up and he does his job. He's a proficient, efficient,
98.
reliable machine of a player.
$58. Alton, you require 79.
So 79 for McDyer to half the gap to 2-1. Double 11. It's clipped off the barrel and into the bed.
Alton McDyer.
The deficit reduced in half. The match back to throw.
Full
McDyer
flag.
on
It's
the
Alton
board
to
in
throw
this
first.
match.
Game on.
He's got a little bit of swagger about him, hasn't he, McDyer, when things are going well? Like that in a player.
81.
He likes to let you and the opponent know that he's playing well. Like a caged lion being let out.
140. $45. $100. $58. $91.
Well, this would be some way to stretch the lead if Danny Van Trijp could net in and reel in the
Danny, you
big
require
fish.
170.
Doesn't have to. But go on, Danny. Oh, Danny.
134.
Next best job. And he evened himself a double after 12. That was what he was so good at doing yesterday.
I get the feeling that maybe that would be the case anyway, due to the lack of success
Danny,
he's
you
had on the
require
bullseye. He'd
36.
just probably look to lay in up
Yeah,
there.
shot
And
the
good
full
leg,
flag.
13
Danny Van
darter there
Trijp.
for Danny Van Trijp. Keeps himself well and truly in the mix here, and a win would put him just a couple of points away from Richie
Fifth
Howson
flag, it's Danny
at
to
the
throw
top of the
first.
table. And
Game on.
Richie will have his hands full with Justin Smith in his next game, which on paper, on results, on the league
45.
table, you'd suggest Richie Howson's going to get that win. However, we know the quality that Justin Smith's got, and he will have the throw.
Well, Danny Van Trijp here is playing in patches as Alton McDyer finds his second max of the match. His average here is 90, but it's based on the fact he had an 11 dart in the first leg and that previous leg was a 13.
45.
But the bits in the middle have been very indifferent.
$140. $125. $85.
McDyer leaves himself on a 2-darter after just 9 darts in this leg.
84.
The tripod throw is nowhere to be seen.
96.
And this is the indifference that I'm talking about. It's a 13-darter in the previous league. He left a double at this point. But now finds himself on throwing the 200s after a dozen darts.
26. $100. Alton, you require 70.
Well, this is to keep the game going a bit longer. And it is to return the game to throw. Bring it back to 3-2 and then ask the question of his opponent.
No score.
Well, Double 5 is what he's looking for.
Danny, you require 102.
And double 5 that's not found. Danny Van Trijp to win this game, looking at 102. And he's going to get a dart to win it. A double top.
82.
6th low.
Alton, you require 7.
This is where the mess of that last shot, these problems, because instead of coming back and having 3 darts at a double here, well, he's going to get 2. He's rescued the situation with dart 1.
50.
He can't save the game.
Danny, you require 20.
Well, it's been good at times. It's been scrappy at times.
10.
And maybe this scrap
Alton, you
will go
require
on.
20.
Wow, he says. He glances back at the screen. He can hardly believe he hasn't got the job done yet. Double 6 leads double 4.
Game
It's a
shot on the
double-double
fifth
for
leg. Alton
McDyer.
McDyer.
He breaks back. The game returns to throw at 3-2 after Danny Van Trijp missed
Sixth
numerous
leg, it's
opportunities
Alton
to win
throw
it.
First. Game on.
He's trying to get himself in his own bubble, is Danny Van Trijp.
27. $100. $140. 60.
Alton's starting to mount a bit of a comeback charge here.
41.
It's one of the characteristics we've got to assign to him, really, that ability to plough on even when
60.
things aren't going as planned.
$83.
Well, Ultimate Die is showing this real fighting spirit, isn't he? He'll be disappointed with the fact that he keeps finding himself in positions that he's
140.
behind. But to his credit, he is finding ways of then scrapping back at his opponents, even if at times it hasn't been a successful comeback.
140.
That 140 leaves himself with a 2 darter. And he's going to get a look at the 70, which in the previous leg caused him all sorts of problems.
130.
Gives himself a round of applause
Alton, you
because he's finally
require
found the ball. The one
70.
time he didn't want the ball.
Irony. May have to look at the bullseye himself here, Alton. 14.
45.
Same problem
Danny,
that
you
Danny's had, hitting the
require 11.
25, and he's 11 points away now from 2 on the board.
Skims the wire with dart 1. And
3.
not found with match 2. Danny Van
Alton,
Trijp
you
has had match
require
darts now in 2
25.
legs to get this game won. And Alton McDyer, who is like a cat with 9 lives right now, has got an opportunity to take us all the way. Van Trijp could have been off the stage about 4 minutes ago. But is he about to be embroiled in a last leg decider?
Game
Yes,
shot on
he
the
is.
sixth leg. Alton McDyer.
Are you surprised we're going all the way?
7th and final leg. It's Danny to throw first.
I am considering that Danny's
Game
had
on.
so many match darts and opportunities, but we've been here before, haven't we, with Danny Van Trijp?
85.
Just a few games ago, 3-all against Justin Smith. He went out in 13 darts, showing his quality when he needed it the most.
81.
5 more games to go after this one. I'm sure
100.
you're all looking forward to them here on Pluto TV. We're going to be with you until 2:30 roughly this afternoon. And maybe beyond.
60. $100.
And Trijp, first to a finish in this leg. Leaving himself on 156 after just a dozen darts. McDermott back on 260.
140. Danny, you require 156.
156 is not on offer. So Alton McDermott, who's had to
100. Alton, you require
evade
120.
number of match darts from his opponent, could get a match dart of his own at the end of this combination. Has to find the treble here. Unable to do so. Well, Danny Van Trijp has made this hard work for
Danny,
himself. But he's got a chance now to eventually win this match. If he can find double top, he gets double top. And he eventually beats Alton McDermott by 4 legs to 3. He was made to work hard for that, Danny Van Trijp. I know that feeling, Danny. A 4-3 success for the Dutchman against Alton McDermott. Brandon Weening takes on Patrick Decker after the break.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to Pluto TV. Yes, the streaming home of the MODUS Super Series. We've watched 10 matches on this Tuesday morning. 5 more still to go. Before the break, Danny Van Trijp got the better of Alton McDyer by 4 legs of 3. Now we watch Patrick Decker and Brandon Weening go head-to-head. It's our 11th match of the session. A win for Brandon puts him on to 12 points and puts into it within a couple of Richie Howson at the top of the table, who is still to play Justin Smith in this round of games.
Game on.
Are we expecting a better version of Brandon Weening in this game in comparison to the match against Alton McDyer last time out?
He just got sort of stuck in his own head a little bit, didn't he? Which he can tend to do, especially when you start missing the doubles, which was the troubles for him in that game. 3 from 19, 16 missed darts. And
45.
when you are missing the doubles, you notice it more. It's so much easier to notice when you're missing those opportunities to wrap up legs.
140.
I suppose the most important thing for him right now is to, first of all, bank that Group B place and then see if he can keep tabs on Richie Howson at the top.
60.
Howson up next in what could be, certainly in regards to the standard, the highlight of the day.
Yeah, Justin Smith plays to the standard that we've come to expect of him. It could be a very intriguing match. Well, Brandon looks as if he started better here than he played in his match against Alton McDyer last time out. But Patrick today has also shown signs of improvement. Also a 92.5 average against Richie Howson in his previous game. So there has been signs of positivity
65.
for the Dutchman. He's left himself on 80 after just 12 darts, and he's looking to open up a 1-0 lead in this match.
140. Brandon, you require 80.
May just be a dart at tops on the back of this combination. Well, because his darts kick up, that dart low in the bed makes life awkward. He doesn't like that one bit, you can tell. That's why he has to shuffle all the way across the oche.
40.
No
Patrick,
surprise that one went high.
156.
Decker looking at 156. He's not going to take it. And so Brandon Weening will return for double top to take out the opening leg of the match.
134.
And he may have to take it out because
40.
Decker now has left himself on double 11. So double top here for Brandon Weening. He gives him leg 1
Brandon
into the
Weening.
top left-hand corner. And the Python draws blood in the opening leg.
Second leg, it's Patrick to throw first. Game on. $60. $134.
Paul Nicholson was making the point last week when he was in commentary talking about Jeremy Fagg that for players in Australia, that the top level is a very, very high ceiling, but sometimes that next level down just isn't quite competitive enough, which is why sometimes when players from that region head over to UK shores, there could be a bit of a mixed reaction as to whether they settle quickly or they need time to readjust, particularly a tournament like this where you know every single player is going to be up to a scratch-like standard.
Yeah, I think that's safe to say with a lot of the countries. I spent a lot of the time last year travelling around doing the WDF circuit, and that is traditionally played by host nations. And one thing I noticed was sort of the players at the top of their nations was not much different to what we'd expect to see here or on the Pro Tour.
You require 170.
It was underneath that handful of players. Some players would have 10, 12. Others would have 3 or 4.
Well, the big fish isn't up for offer for Brandon Weening, and so
134.
Decker has a chance to level up at 1-1. This has
Patrick,
been
you
a
require
superb
60.
contest so far. Both players, and I know it's early days, are averaging in excess of a ton. They've got out the
It's
gate
on the
quickly,
second leg.
and that's a
Patrick
14
Decker.
darter. And I tell you what, Patrick Decker does like to give it some when he does something good. And
Third
do you know
leg,
what?
it's
Fair
Brandon
play
to
to
the
him.
row first. Game on.
Brandon Weening wouldn't have known anything about it, would he? Head was down. Literally zero interest in what was going on. He is a man
58.
who is just focused on Brandon Weening right now. Control what you can control is what he'll be telling himself.
$82.
From the same part of the world as Marvin Van Velzen. And
125.
good friends, really good friends with Dirk Van Dijvenbode, as I was mentioning earlier. And in terms of the way that they like to embrace the good things, there's a lot of similarities there.
121. $58. $100. $100.
Well, Weening's first to finish on foe in this leg, but Decker may fancy his chances of leaving it better and possibly being favourite for the leg. Needs a treble here. Doesn't get
60. Brandon, you
up for
require
interpretation this leg.
160.
Weening may be just a marginal favourite.
$60. Patrick, you require 138.
So, 138 for Patrick Decker. It's not going to go on this particular occasion, and so Weening comes back for the ton.
106. Brandon,
And he's
you
going to
require
have to take out the ton
100.
because his opponent's left himself on double 16. Tops.
60.
That could be a big
Patrick,
moment
you
in this
require
match. Weening's missed a
32.
couple of darts at tops on the back of the ton. Decker now looking to break. He's going to get more opportunities to do it. And
It's
takes
on the
it
third
first
leg.
time of
Patrick
asking.
Decker.
Patrick Decker 2-1 up on Brandon Weening, who lost last time out to Alton McDyer. What looked like a
Fourth
promising
leg,
day at the
it's
beginning
Patrick
where he
to
won
the
his first two.
first.
Well, it could follow
Game
the
on.
same trend and pattern of yesterday where he wins his first two, loses his second two.
This would be somewhat of an upset, wouldn't it, in regards to
135.
the expectations today? But it was a great performance. Last two performances, in fact, for Patrick Decker, 85 and 92, have shown signs to suggest
96.
that this was on the horizon.
$95.
For Brandon Weening, this could be a disastrous couple of visits to the Oki, because the last time he was on the stage he lost 4-3 to Alton McDyer. If he loses now to Patrick Decker, he would have lost back-to-back
100.
games against the two players in the bottom of the table.
$99.
Their results that could be costly, because if you look at the league table in its entirety, Richie Howson currently top on 14 points. Brandon Weening could have followed suit and beaten the two players
43.
propping up the table at the moment. He could have been level.
You have to give a lot of credit to Patrick Decker, the way that he's improved from day one to day
100.
two. He said that he played nowhere near the level that he's capable of on Monday, and he's demonstrating that here. The improvement has been night and day.
36. Patrick,
That's
you
bought him some
require
time here.
72.
A little bit of a cushion. One that he has earned. Another one of those to leave tops. For a 3-1 lead.
52.
Time on his side, and that is the first double he's missed in this game. The doubles haven't been too much of a problem for him today either. Sort of around about where you need to be here at the Super Series.
140. Patrick, you require 20.
For 3-1, double 10. Now up for double 5.
Game
And it
shot of
goes,
four flag.
and Patrick Decker goes into a 3-1 lead.
Fifth leg, it's Brandon to throw
A
first.
bit more measured that
Game on.
time. Not getting dragged into any kind of celebrations. Well, I tell you what, you wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of that. Oh!
96.
A cheeky little wink. Someone was watching videos of Anne Robinson on the weakest link last night.
140.
Do you remember that programme back in the day? 5:15 tea time used to be what I used to go home to from school and watch as I had my dinner.
57.
You must have been the only teenager who went home, well, put the weakest link on.
I was 7. I was 7 or 8. Weakest link would go on. We used to have dinner with the
97.
family. Used to have a little family dinner. Watch the weakest link. Just after news round and Blue Peter had finished.
We live completely different lives, don't we?
30.
Welcome, new viewers, to Pluto TV.
96.
Getting to desperate times, though, here for Brandon Weening.
123.
Certainly now, big last start.
Given Patrick Decker the opportunity to win this game by 4 legs. He's got the insurance policy as well, even if he lost this leg, that he could throw for it in the next. But it looks like now the opportunity has arisen for him to get the job done. 68 points away from a 4-1 win. Double 10.
48. Brandon, you require 138.
Won't go. Patrick Decker, a chance to put more points on the board.
46. Patrick, you require 20.
Double 10 for the Dutchman to win by 4 legs to 1.
Game shot.
Well, I tell you what, today is turning into a good day for Patrick Decker. He's doubled his win tally from Monday, and he is loving life here at the Live Lounge. 6 points to his name. That's now level with Justin Smith, who takes on Richie Howson in a few moments' time. That's the turn of the tape from that one. Really good performance from Patrick. 95.5 average, 4 from 7 on the doubles. Much better from him. We're off for a break. And we, on the other side, will watch Justin Smith and Richie Howson.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require
I
20.
think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to Pluto TV and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Patrick Decker beat Brandon Weening by 4-1. Our 12th match of the session is Justin Smith up against Richie Howson. Howson needs just a couple of legs in this game to secure top spot overnight. As for Justin Smith, well, he needs to readjust in the last couple of games if he is to put himself in situ for Group B.
First leg, it's Justin to throw first.
An intriguing contest very much in the offing here, because we know that when Justin Smith is at his best, he can play to a tremendously high level. We've seen it throughout the course of the week. But the one glaring criticism, if we're going to be harsh, is that we haven't seen it consistently enough for our liking over the course of the last couple of days. And he'll be the first to admit that the Monday was good, averaged the best part of 89 for the day, but today hasn't quite lived up to that hype. Whereas Richie Howson is just plodding along and doing things like Richie Howson tends to do. Playing at a high level, scoring okay, but finishing like a demon.
140.
I think this could literally be the highlight of the day in regards to the standard that both these players can reach. Certainly if Richie Howson continues the way he has been. But he's got a rival, really, hasn't he, in the standout performer of the day at the moment, you'd probably say.
100.
If we was going to do a Man of the Match award at the end, you'd put Patrick Decker quite high on that list.
120. Richie require 136.
I've done that a few times today, Justin Smith. Just pick a dart up off the floor. Can start to eat away at you and get a little bit frustrating when you're not getting the results as well.
60. Justin, you require 121.
So 121 for Justin to take out this opening leg. Oh, he strayed just low into the 888.
89.
Leave himself a
Richie
32 upon his return.
76.
If there's a return. Because Howson here looking at 76. He should get a dart here at tops to win the opening leg. He is going to get a dart at tops to win leg 1. And unlike his previous match where he was having some real issues on that target, there's no mistake from the owl on tops.
Second leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Just been head and shoulders above the rest, and what a time of year as well
140.
for Richie Howson to find some form when you know that he's in preparation here for that Seniors World Championship campaign.
125.
Looking to go one better. Pick up the gold place finish. Something that would really define him, that wouldn't it? The Seniors World
83.
Championship, because he's probably encouraged quite a lot of people to go out and play that tour and to chase those opportunities within those qualifiers, because
140.
one thing he has shown is that just because the main career was more profitable for those bigger names in the event, doesn't mean that in the seniors it's going to be the same story.
Robert Thornton's won 2 World Championship titles, but if you ask a lot of people about the seniors,
60.
I think a lot of people will say the name Richie Howson before anybody else. He has been the story and the revelation of that project.
94.
And a plethora of qualifiers, and now gets invited by right because that's how well he's played.
124.
And he's earned that right because of his performances. Double 11 for 124. Just dragged low.
118.
Well, he's good at hitting doubles, but he didn't want that one.
36.
Could have been so much more damaging had that have been a bust score. Same scenario here for Justin Smith.
22.
Chased it round the board.
Richie
Could
requires
not get
6.
the reward.
So, from the top of the shot to the bottom double on the board.
3. Justin, you require
Smith
14.
will get another crack at double 7. We'll go directly for it.
7.
And somehow
Richie
find a way of not
requires
finding it.
3.
Inviting.
1. Justin, you require 7.
It's all just getting a little bit messy at the back end of leg 2.
It's the Madhouse. He pauses upon release.
5.
Here we
Richie
go, Matt.
require 2.
Both players on the Madhouse.
Game shot on the second leg.
Eventually, Richie Howson goes into a 2-0 lead. It was a good game up to that point, but the messing around on the doubles has
Third leg,
wrecked
it's
the
Justin to throw
averages.
first. Game on.
And it'll affect Justin Smith more because Richie Howson getting the point on the board. And you see there just a little shake of the head, but he waited until the point Justin Smith moved
44.
out of eyesight. Won't give away anything to his opponent.
Wise old cookie is Richie.
60. 81. 140. 100. 125. 45.
Howson 6 darts here for a 3-0 lead. He really is despite the doubling problems of the previous leg.
136.
Dominated the match, playing to a decent level. 86 despite missing 8 darts at a double. He's left tops after 12 to put himself to within a leg.
59. Richie require 40.
Double 10.
Game's
Puts
on the
Richie
third
Howson
leg.
3-0 to the
Richie
good. A
Howson.
14 darter. And he has the darts here
Fourth
to
leg,
get over
it's
the line.
Richie to throw first. Game on. $140. 81.
That we're just starting to see that frustration really set in now for
100.
Justin Smith. And it did feel like it was sort of one of those things, it felt like a matter of time because he was playing too well and getting no result,
59.
that eventually you will start to feel that frustration.
97.
And Howson got plenty of time here, down to a finish
94.
after 9.
Richie require 164.
Doesn't need to chase this one down. We have seen him lay up in the past, and we're expecting that situation to do the same.
60.
That first dart really causing some problems, giving him no way through to the treble 20. But this is where Smith needs to find one of those big maximums that he's been hitting all week.
140.
140
Richie
keeps
require
him in touch, but
104.
Howson for the match looking at 104. 92 left. Treble 20 leads double 16, not to be. And so Justin Smith to keep this game going,
34.
looking at the 127
Justin, you
to
require
save the game.
127.
Treble 19. Bullseye. Doesn't go.
94.
And so Howson
Richie
will come
requires
back.
70.
Looking at 70 to complete a 4-0 success. And he's going to get 2 darts in his hand, a double 8. Oh,
No
he's
score.
gone low.
Justin, you require 33.
It was so far away, you almost felt for a second that maybe he thought he wanted double 16. It was smack bang in the middle.
Well, he's shown Justin the way.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And he's found
Justin
a way
Smith.
back into the game. So break is back to 3-1.
Fifth leg, it's Justin to throw first. Game on. $60. $140.
Well, Howson looking to get back from that setback. But Justin Smith is incrementally improving in this game.
15th maximum of the week. They are really starting to add up now for Justin Smith.
100.
Both players on 2-6-1 after 6 darts apiece.
57.
No trouble there. Opens up the door for his opponent.
60. $100.
Tunley's 104. And the best bet for Howson here is to leave himself 101. That's exactly what he's
100.
done.
Justin, you require 104.
Nice guy for the treble. Double 12.
92.
Inside.
Richie require 101.
To get the job done. To stretch his lead at the top of the table.
Well, Richie Howson is going to be top overnight.
69.
He hasn't
Justin, you
sealed the
require
points though
12.
just yet. Well, he's had darts to win this game. 4-0, 4-1. Smith comes back for double 6.
No
Oh,
score.
and he shanked it. Up and
Richie
over into the
required
single
32.
13. And so Richie Howson's favourite side of the board, double 16, now double 8.
16.
The misses magnify, the misses
Justin,
continue.
you require 12.
Well, the real strength of Richie Howson's letting him down. 3 from 18 here now. Offering an opportunity to Justin Smith, whose doubles have been equally as poor. 1 from 17.
Richie requires 16.
A match marred by missed doubles, but is it going to come to a close here? Double 4. And finally, Richie Howson finds the match-winning double. And the Owl will be top of the Group A table going into Wednesday's action. Justin Smith tries to atone for the misses that he made in that previous leg, but it's Howson who wins by 4 legs to 1. Patrick Decker takes on Danny Van Trijp after the break.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Phil Taylor in conversation in the latest of the Tungsten Talk series, available on Pluto TV, once the live coverage here for the day is done. So let's have a look at the table then. We've got 3 more matches to go on this Tuesday. Richie Howson will have the lead going into Wednesday regardless of what happens in the last round. Danny Van Trijp on 12, Weening on 10, Smith, Decker 6, McDermott on 4. And it is Dekker and Van Trijp who'll go head-to-head here. It's the third and final game of the session. Van Trijp, who topped the table following Monday, is going to have to chase going into Wednesday's action. He takes on the Dutchman Patrick Dekker, who has improved immeasurably from the opening day's play to what we see now. And so this could be a difficult, sticky test for the Dutchman. Well, they're both Dutchmen, so a Dutchman's going to win this game. That's usually how that logic works. Dekker. We'll be hoping to end on a high, end on 8 points.
First leg, it's Patrick to throw first.
And Trijp with a win, as we saw in the table graphic, which was shown to us prior to this match getting underway, would be on 14 with a win.
$140.
How would you, Matt, assess the day that Danny Van Trijp has had on Tuesday?
45.
Indifferent, I think the best way you can describe it. He's won 2 from 4.
140.
The range has been a lot more controlled today. Yesterday there was a range of 16 points from the worst performance to the best.
60.
Today the range only 3, but the overall level down. I think he'd be a bit disappointed. I think he would have felt that maybe he could have made a bit of a move today. Instead, he just needs to try and keep himself in the running for tomorrow.
44.
Dekker's left himself first to a finish in this first leg. 121 is up and up for offer. Decides to go 25 first. Van Trijp not on a finish. Double 18.
103.
Just inside. He has had the ton of the 151 today. The 151 being the biggest finish we've seen in this Group A so far.
100. Patrick, you require 18.
So he's going to split this. Perhaps not a surprise. 2 for double 8. The Justin Smith way. Now double 4.
14.
He's making a meal of a leg that he has dominated.
84.
Luckily for him, that straight to the jump 3 means that he's got 6 more from this point because Van Trijp can't leave a finish.
Two.
Van Trijp must be sensing opportunity. Even though he's not on a finish, his opponent's in the madhouse and he'll know how precarious that is.
60. Patrick, you require 2.
One up, one in, they say. How about 2 up, 1 in?
No score.
Or how about 3 not in at all?
Danny, you require 108.
Well, Danny Van Trijp has got no right to win this leg and he's not going to do it with this visit.
92. Patrick, you require 2.
Here comes the madhouse. With his 12th darts at a double to win this leg, Patrick Dekker mops his brow because he's eventually taken the opening leg.
Second leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game on.
There'll be so much encouragement, won't they, from what he's done today, and maybe he'll start to be believing here that he can actually get this victory here over Danny Van Trijp, where maybe at the start of the day this would have felt like a bridge too far for him. Odds compilers certainly not changing their stance at the moment. They're still making Danny Van Trijp a strong odds-on favourite.
95.
But he does need to break the throw somewhere, and he's had one opportunity passing by already.
And a chance he should have been nowhere near getting. Patrick had missed 9 darts at that point.
96.
To have won the opening leg by the time Van Trijp had an opportunity. But it is DVT who has responded the better of the 2 players following a sluggish
85.
first leg of the match.
60. $95. Danny, you require 150.
150 on offer for Van Trijp. He's got 6 darts from here. He's going to need the full quota of darts to level this contest up at 1 apiece.
126.
He leaves himself on double 12 to equalise up the scoreline in this match.
45. Danny, you require 24.
2 12s. Great marker. Clipped the barrel but couldn't follow it in. And couldn't do so with dart 3 either.
Patrick, you require 156.
The back end of the day, the story's the same for everybody. And that is missing doubles.
138. Danny, you require 24.
Double 12 for 1-1. Double 6.
18.
Have the doubles gone AWOL?
Patrick, you require 18.
Do they exist? Do they exist?
No score.
Feels rarer than a
Danny, you
Haley's Comet in
require
this
6.
match. Well, he's hit a double 2 when he didn't want to hit a double 2.
No score. Patrick, you require 18.
Very messy.
Nine.
Well, Patrick
Danny, you
Decker has hit 1
require
from
6.
18. Danny Van Trijp, 0 from 9.
Game shot.
27 missed darts in this match, and 6.5 minutes later it's 1-1. I know how you feel,
Third
Danny.
leg, it's Patrick to throw first.
Don't even want to
Game
look
on.
at the camera. He's that disgusted.
The most important thing, though, was he didn't get his throw broken.
140.
We can quite often get distracted by the levels and by the standards, but ultimately, it's about winning that leg.
100. 60. 100.
Well, the Pro Tour has got back underway for another day. Just having a look at some of the results. Michael Smith's faced an early exit. He's lost
96.
6-2 to Kim Hybrecht. Peter Wright safely through, beat Leon Weber by 6 legs to 3. Ricardo Pietreczko beat Andy
97.
Bartons by 6 legs to 4. Gerwin Price has beaten Willie Borland 6-2. James Wade with a 6-5 win over Denny Aldercoulter. And Patrick's good mate, Dirk van Dijvenbode.
90.
Got the better of Marvin van Velzen 6-1. And Mike de Decker got the better of Stephen Burton by that same scoreline.
140. Patrick, you
On
require
1-5
115.
on offer here for Patrick to take a 2-1 lead. Well, this would be ironic, wouldn't it? Oh,
Game
how
shot on the
ironic.
Third leg, Patrick Decker.
These two couldn't hit a thing for the first couple of legs, and now Patrick Decker's found a 115.
Fourth leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game on. 100.
And the problem for Danny is that's another one of those opportunities, one of those lives ticked off where he needs to get that breaker
56.
throw. Time runs out very, very quick in this short format.
45. 60. 100. 60. $96. 100.
Well, no days off for us this week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We'll be here all the way through to Saturday night, where we'll crown our weekly champion. 7:30 we'll get underway here on Pluto TV. The winners looking to join the Champions Week club of Alex Small, Jensen Walker and Spivey Man.
140.
Champions Week begins on April 21st.
$66. Danny, you require 56.
Double 10.
48.
Just nothing coming easy for Danny at the moment. You look at that leg and you think, well, this could be a comfortable one, and now he's playing himself into drama again.
105. Danny, you require 8.
For a level match.
Game shot of
Well,
fourth
that was in
leg,
the middle
Danny
of the
Van
bed.
Trijp.
And Danny Van Trijp squares us up at 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Patrick to throw first. Game on. $97. 45.
None of them really thrown with any conviction there. Danny Van Trijp not getting to the end of his throw. Just pulling up a little short there, a sign of a bit of tension.
60. 60. 56. 140. 140.
Well, Decker's looking at this 148 to put himself back in front. 3-2.
100. Patrick, you require 148. 100. Danny, you require 156. 100. Patrick, you require 48.
To put himself 3-2 to the good. Double 16 required. Now looking at double 8.
32.
Patrick
Danny, you
Decker
require
is 2 from
56.
21 on the doubles in this match.
But this is a big moment here for Danny. He needs to find a breaker throw in this game.
Game
And he
shot of
does.
fifth leg. Danny
Gets
Van
the breaker
Trijp.
throw, puts his nose in front, and now has a chance to serve it out and keep tabs on Richie Howson at the
Sixth
top of the
leg, it's
table.
Danny to throw first. Game on.
Just keeps himself an interested spectator going into Wednesday's action.
60.
Certainly if Brandon Weening can put in a big finish in match 15 when he takes on Richie Howson, and could really bunch things up at the top of the table.
42. 85. 140. 140. 90. 96.
Van Trijp here, looking to see this match out. 6 darts and 216. He puts a ton-sized hole into it.
$59. Danny, you require 116.
Well, at times this has been an attritional affair. But Danny Van Trijp has a chance to end it.
98. Patrick, you require 164.
Well, Decker isn't going to take out the 164, and so
44.
Danny Van Trijp returns for double 9 to complete a 4-2 win. And complete a 4-2 win he does. Danny Van Trijp beats Patrick Decker. He's going to end the day with 14 points to his name. Not happy with the way he's played, but he'll take the points nonetheless. Van Trijp beats Decker 4-2. McDermott Smith's next.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Danny Van Trijp beat Patrick Decker by 4-2. That moves him on to 14 points overnight. Game 14 is Alton McDyer up against Justin Smith. For Alton, he's looking to get off the foot of the table, and he would do with any win here against Justin Smith. Smith can move on to 8 points ahead of Brandon Weening's game against Richie Howson and create a bit of a battle for Group B between the Welshman and the Australian. But defeat it, and we're pretty much looking at the top two scrapping it out for supremacy. Brandon Weening a sitting duck in third, and then the other three are just basically jousting it out to see who can pick up a couple more quid.
100.
Another one on the floor there for Justin
67.
Smith. He will be adding those up in his mind and become very well aware of them, because when things aren't going your way and you feel like the table's got away from you and you've not quite produced your best, you notice things like that. The bounce outs, the dropouts, the Robin Hoods.
60.
7th maximum, though, that for McDermott today. That is a very good return by anyone's standards over 5 short format games.
77.
Well, McDermott's left himself a 144 here, and he has got time and space to take out the opening leg.
$58.
Puts half a hole in it.
140.
Justin Smith, the bearded dragon, just begins to breathe down his neck again. 86 for the opener. May just be a poke of the bullseye at the end of this. It's a nice guide for the treble. And he wasn't too far away, but it is the bull.
46.
Well, Alton McDermott has just told Justin Smith, pal, I don't think you're taking out the 134.
I like the play. I do. I think it's cheeky, and I like it.
58. Alton, you require.
Well, he was correct
40.
in saying that Justin couldn't take out the 134, but can he take out tops? Yes, he can. McDermott leads Justin Smith by a leg to nil.
Second leg, it's Justin to throw first. Game on. $140. $60. $100. $180.
Second match of the match, and for McDermott over the course of the day, 180s have come in couples. Hit 2 in his game against Brandon Weening, hit 2
$121.
in his match against Richie Howson. He also
57.
found a couple against Danny Van Trijp. So seemingly the pattern for Alton McDermott is finding 2 180s in a contest today. The 4th time he's done it in 5 games.
96.
So is this game going to be level? Because Smith's looking at 64 to square us up at 1 apiece. 888 leaves tops.
24.
Doesn't go, and so McDermott will come back looking at 121 to get the break of throw and to double his lead in the match. Can't be done now, and so Justin Smith will come back for tops.
76. Justin, you require 40. Game shot on the second leg.
Smith
Justin
does get
Smith.
the tops, and he does level up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Alton to throw first. Game on.
This game will be the first match of Wednesday's play here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
100.
Elsewhere on the Pro Tour, Nathan Aspinall with 102.31 average has just beaten Connor Scutt by 6 legs to 2. Great game between Wesley Plaisir and Martin Lukman. Plaisir winning with a ton plus average to Martin Lukman's 99 by 6 legs to 5. Going price, by the way, in that game, 105 against Woody Borland.
100.
I think we can say the same for Ultimate Dyer that we did say about Patrick Decker in the last game, that it has been an improvement from day 1 to day 2. Certainly in regards to the expectation, or maybe even the little bit of a fear, a little bit of the danger that they now possess.
Well, yesterday there could be a consideration that meetings between Alton and Patrick, because of their struggles, were games you felt 2 points were a necessity in.
You require 80.
Now the dynamic has changed dramatically. And for these two players, and you could probably put Justin Smith in this bracket if he loses this game, Wednesday's going to be all about getting yourself in a good position, even if results don't go your way, in a place with your game where you can feel as if you can get out of Group C.
60.
Smith glanced over to see the situation. He now has a look at the 107. Well, the 717 isn't going to be found,
55.
and so McDermott is going to come back here for double 10 to open up a 2-1 lead in this match. And it's a double 10 that is found, and it is 2-1 to Alton McDyer.
4th flag, it's Justin to throw first. Game on. $60.
I think most of the way through this event, we assumed that
40.
Alton and Patrick Decker would be battling it out for 5th and 6th position, but Justin Smith here is going to get drawn into that
58.
conversation.
Well, he's got to get it right tomorrow. He's got to find a way of putting whatever happened today behind him, because we know with his quality and his capability, he could have a good crack at Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon.
$85.
You'd make him a strong favourite, wouldn't you, for that Group C campaign? Young Henry Coates, I'm sure, will have a lot of eyes on him.
48.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing Henry's debut here at the Super Series.
100.
I'm sure he'll go down more popular than the other person in this building with the same name.
$85. 140. 100. Justin, you require 58.
To level up at 2-2, Justin Smith's got a couple of darts at tops.
18.
Unable to get it, so Alton McDyer will come back for 88 to get the break of throw and open up a 3-1 lead. He's going to get 2 darts in his hand, a double 14. No mistake, that's a clean, clinical kill from Alton McDyer. Justin Smith looks up to the heavens. Anything that could have possibly have gone wrong for him has done today. He's going to have to regroup tomorrow ahead of a campaign in what looks like now Group C on Thursday and Friday. But for Alton McDyer, a day which has been so up and down at times. He's had some really good moments. He's had some moments he'd want to forget. But he's got a chance here to end it on a high.
Justin Smith there looked like he'd almost had enough, didn't he? And when you look at his day, he's only won 1 match. Justin Smith's the type of player in this sort of group where you could look at and go, he could win everything today.
Justin Smith will feel like he could enter a Justin Smith lookalike contest and not win.
125. 58. 100.
So Smith looking at 136 after 9 darts, but he may have to take it out because McDermott has left himself on a 2-darter to win the contest.
66. Alton, you require 81.
So Alton McDermott looks at 81 to get the better of Justin Smith by 4 legs to 1. He's going to have a look at the bullseye. Alright, decides to set up again.
Justin, you require 70. 38. Alton, you
Annoyed,
require
frustration.
32.
It's a day that shouldn't have gone this way for Justin Smith. 32 for Alton McDermott to seal a 4-1 win. He gets his second victory of the day. 6 points he's going to end on. All smiles in the end. Justin Smith acting like a rugby prop, stopping Alton McDermott in his way as he was celebrating. Now you can celebrate. Justin's out your way. 4-1, the margin of victory for Alton McDermott against Justin Smith. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Richie Howson take on Brandon Weening.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Hello, welcome back. You're watching Pluto TV and you're watching the MODUS Super Series on our dedicated 24 hours a day, 7 days a week channel. So if you love darts, then this is the place to be. And this is the last match that we're bringing to you live on this Tuesday as Richie Howson and Brandon Weening prepare to get underway in a cracking encounter here on the south
First
coast.
leg, it's Richie to
Matthew
throw
Edgar
first.
is in the commentary box
Game on.
with me, describing all the darts all week long. And for Richie House, he's guaranteed top spot overnight, but a win here, he'd guarantee a 4-point lead. And you would say, on the evidence of play, you'd be hard pressed to back against him tomorrow.
95.
Yeah, but that makes this game so important as well, you feel, for Richie Howson, because going in overnight just 2 points clear, knowing you've still got to play everybody again tomorrow, that would make that head-to-head with Danny van Trijp very, very important, where you could see that lead evaporate very quickly. That being said, we've not seen too much to suggest that Richie Howson is not going to be able to keep the pace going. He has won his last 8 matches in a row.
But it was this one on Monday, which was the key difference. Brandon winning 4-2. But it was a very different version of Richie Howson, who admitted himself that he was suffering from fatigue and tiredness, having travelled from Aylesbury, which is very much now on the darting map, isn't it? With the Tour Championship
140.
placed there. There was a lot of people wondering where Aylesbury was, but they don't anymore.
100. $105. $60. Richie require 116.
He's been threatening this finish all day long.
96.
Taking out the 118. He's not going to find the 116.
$100. Richie required 20.
But he hasn't had as much joy on this side of the board as perhaps the opposite side.
No score.
And the lack of joy of double 10
Brandon, you
continues for
require
Richie
85.
Howson. Weening has an opportunity to pinch this leg. If he can find tops or double 10.
65. Richie required 20.
So Howson to draw first blood in this match.
Game shot on the
Finds
first leg.
double 10.
Richie Howson.
And it is the Owl who strikes first.
Second leg, it's Brandon to throw first. Game on. $140. $140. $43. $140.
Back-to-back 140s, and Howson is just beginning to really hit his stride here. Slow opening to the match, missed a couple of darts at a double, missed 5 darts at a double before he eventually won leg 1.
134.
But he has this innate ability that once he gets going, he can really begin to build up a head of steam very, very quickly, and it looks like that's what he's doing here. Well, this is much better.
108.
That Max leaves himself on for potential 11 darter.
That word comes back again, doesn't it, regarding Richie Howson, reactive. The word
6.
described
Richie require 41.
over his fantastic day yesterday. The key attribute to winning the matches. Just squeezes that one in the bottom corner.
Richie Howson.
Exactly like yesterday. Big 180 to put himself in position and takes out
Third
one
leg,
of those
it's
mini
Richie to throw
combos.
first. Game on.
That was like a miss kick going into the back of the net, wasn't it? Didn't ever look like it was going to go on target until it found a way and sifted in. But Howson here moves his average beyond 101 of his second max of the match.
$140.
Well, in fact, that
100.
second dart didn't make its way in. A little bit of over-enthusiasm. It's been a long day. We've been here for a few hours now, haven't we, Matt?
Well, Richie Howson may not need to be here for many hours more this week. If he finishes top of the table at the end of play tomorrow, he'll be off for Thursday and Friday, coming back Saturday for the finals night, where he tries to win another week here at the Super Series.
Be his first Champions Week appearance, having won the Legends League back in January, getting the beating of Steve Beaton in the final.
95. Richie require 121.
And he's got time here from the 1-2-1. But it just hasn't been able to keep
59.
pace with the scoring power of Richie in this match.
$55. Richie
To put himself
62.
a leg away from victory. Richie Howson's looking at 62. He's looking at double 16. He's looking
Eggs
good,
on
isn't
the
he?
third leg,
Following
Richie
a scrappy
Howson.
first leg, that's a 12 darter followed by a 14. Richie Howson, 3-0 to the
Full
good
flag,
against
it's
Brandon
Brandon
Weening,
to
and a
the
leg away
first.
now from
Game on.
opening up a 4-point gap, a chasm between himself and Danny Van Trijp at the top of Group A.
137. $100. $95. $100. $99.
Loved a second there. Howson would have left him on a finish, but Weening now looking at the big fish, and he's got 6 from here to get his first leg on the board in this match.
$24.
Opportunity here for Howson if you can find. He's found the treble. Have the opportunity here to use the ball should he wish.
108.
Yeah, he just do
Brandon, you
plan A better, won't he? Just
146.
pile in the maximum.
Route 1 darts. And for Brandon Weening, who's in command of this leg, he has to take out the 146. He's not going to. And so Richie Howson here
94. Richie
to
require
complete
21.
a 4-0 win. He's looking at 21. He's looking at double 8. He loves this side of the board. and he
Richie
finds the
and
double
the
eight.
match,
Well,
Richie
following what
Howson.
was a slack first leg, 12-14-14 for Richie Howson gets the job done. So Howson has a 4-point lead at the top of the table as he has a chat with the referee, Jack Garwood, about the day's proceedings. He'll put the darts back in his lunchbox and he can head off for an afternoon snack. And snacking amid success. Following that slow first leg, 60 darts was all he needed to get the better of Brandon Weening, an average in the end of 100.2. 3 180s in there, 4 from 10 in terms of his doubling success. And so what that means is Richie Howson's going to have a 4-point lead overnight. He's going to be on 18 points plus 21 in terms of legs difference. Danny Van Trijp is his closest challenger, 14 points plus 9. Danny's going to need to have a strong day tomorrow if he's going to press Howson at the top. Brandon Weening's lost ground. He's 8 points behind. He's pretty much looking to sew up a position in Group B. Smith, McDermott and Decker are cut adrift. It's Howson at the top. Analysis to come on Pluto TV with Matthew Edgar on the other side of this short break.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. 15 games have come and gone on this Tuesday afternoon. Before the break, Richie Howson got the better of Brandon Weening by 4-0. The Owls got a 4-point lead at the top of the table going into Wednesday's play. That was because of a slip-up from Danny Van Trijp. He lost his first 2 games of the session. He rallied back towards the end, but as you can see there, Howson on 18 points, Van Trijp on 14, Brandon Weening, well, he put himself in a good position, having won his first couple of games, but then never really was able to keep pace with the top two. And then the bottom three, well, they look like they're scrapping it out for positions in terms of Group C going into Thursday afternoon's play. Right, that is how the table looks. This is Matthew Edgar alongside me next to this particular table, analysing all of the day's action. Let's begin with Richie Howson. I don't know what that was about. Richie Howson, once again, a dominant day. Whatever was in his way, he found a way of getting over the line.
I summarised Richie Howson yesterday as being reactive, and I think that's the same thing we can summarise him with today, but with a touch more quality as well at the right times for Richie Howson. We've talked about his doubles a lot today because that's what he assigns to being his biggest attribute, but I think what was his real key attribute today was the scoring power, the lack of treble-less visits. He had a few 180s in there, but most of the time it was 100 or 85s, 140s. There was very rarely where Richie Howson had come to the board and hit a 60 or a 59. And that just always gave him opportunity and chances. And it looked like a head and shoulders above the rest of the field today because he just wasn't giving away those opportunities and giving people a chance in the legs.
Where perhaps you could make an argument, okay, maybe not the bottom two, but the players in the middle of the pack regressed today. Richie Howson was able to attain a consistent level.
Certainly in the middle of the pack, they sort of came backwards, but the two players at the bottom, Decker and McDermott, they really stepped it up today. And I think the gap between the bottom and the middle, we was looking at this in potentially three positions going into the last game yesterday. We had 2, 2 and a 2. And then we sort of split it off, and actually what we've got here is we've got one out in the front. The two at the bottom have come on and attached themselves now to the rest of the field. And I think we've got a field here that's going to be quite beat each other. I think there'll be moments of vulnerability, which is going to be great for Richie Howson when he's got that 4-point gap.
And if the truth be told, he has at times looked head and shoulders, hasn't he?
It looked that way, it's felt that way. I don't see a way now that he doesn't win this tomorrow. Certainly if he gets the win in the head-to-head clash against Danny Van Trijp, that's going to be too much of a buffer for anyone to catch Richie Howson. It's mathematically possible, but highly improbable.
In terms of Danny Van Trijp, 8 points overnight. He led the table going into today's play. What was the difference today in comparison to what we saw yesterday?
So his consistency was better today in regards to a consistent output in the performance, but missed opportunities. He was missing on the doubles, the darts just kicking in a little bit today. And we said yesterday that he has to play with confidence and fluency for that action to work best for him. And anytime there's any sort of tension, anytime he doesn't fully commit to the action, there is going to be sort of the dart's going to kick where sort of point left, flight right. And we saw that quite a bit today, and it sort of blocked a few targets for him. He had to sort of chase it around. It wasn't a bad day at all. Certainly the statistics say it was a good day there for Danny Van Trijp. But those key moments led him down today, and he could have been in a much better position. He could have been really close to Richie Howson.
So how does he dust himself down and get going again tomorrow?
It's a new day, and that's the way you've got to look at it all the time. Richie sat up here yesterday and said, darts is on the day. And if that's the truth, you've got to believe that both ways round. You can't come into one day and think a bad day is going to lag into the next. You've got to buy into that philosophy. And if you have a bad day, okay, that's a bad day. Is it going to be bad tomorrow? No, because it's on the day. So buy into that philosophy. Every day's a new start. Certainly here at the Super Series, there's always opportunities. There's opportunities at the start of the week, the back end of the week, and then ultimately the big prize at the end. So there's plenty still to go for here for Danny. I think he'd probably be happy with the Group B campaign. Yes, you want to win the group, but get in that top half and give yourself that mathematical advantage.
In terms of Brandon Weening, he's getting off to very good starts in days. Both days so far, he's won his first 2 matches. What's changing as the session comes to a close?
I don't think it's so much as the session's coming to a close that's the concern for me with Brandon Weening. I think the concern for me is his reaction to a setback. When there's a setback, when he misses an opportunity, when he hasn't took something out, when someone hits something big against him, it's like it doesn't continue. It's like he wears it. If we was to look at a line and a graph, as soon as someone hits him with something big, there's a dip. And maybe that is due to what he's been doing over in Australia, winning a lot of events. We know the depth in talent isn't quite as deep. We've spoke already today, the top end being good, but the depth maybe isn't there. So maybe he's just not quite used to being hit back as hard as he has been here at the Super Series. He's a serial winner. He's used to winning. And it becomes hard. I can testify for this. As someone who sort of went from youth darts to adult darts, I really struggled with that transition from going from being a serial winner on the youth to actually welcome to being a face in the crowd. And there's going to be that sort of transition for Brandon until he sort of finds that next gear.
In terms of the bottom three, how do you assess their days? We've spoken about Alton and Patrick and the fact that they've improved dramatically.
They have, and they pulled Justin Smith into a battle here for the wooden spoon, and that's something you wouldn't have put Justin Smith in that race for. When you look at Justin Smith at the start of the week, you'd have thought that he would be in a position where he'd actually be battling out for the top. Instead, it's only legs difference now that keeps Justin Smith's head above water in regards to that, and it looks like that could be our Group C lineup.
It very much could be. You get the sense that going into tomorrow, it could all be done quite early.
I get that feeling. I really do. I think Richie Howson's going to confirm his place quite early. I think them Group C positions are locked, and the B, if anything changes in regards to those positions, I'd be quite surprised. I think maybe in what order they are, but I think those players are going to that destiny.
Right, let's have a look at the tournament bracket then to see what's happening for the rest of the week. So we know obviously the combatants in Group A we're going to be deciphering Group B and Group C tomorrow. Richie Howson looks like he's a big favourite now to go on and win the group. Kelvin O'Keefe, John O'Shea and Shane McGurk will be joining the action in Group B, whilst Mason Whitlock, Henry Coates and Luke Smith will be plying their trade in Group C. There will be the action we'll be watching on Thursday and Friday afternoon. Right, that is pretty much all we've got time for here at the Live Lounge in Porter. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. Coming up next will be the Tungsten Talk with Phil the Power Taylor. He'll be talking about his life and times in darts. That's coming up on the other side of this break. And then we'll be back, of course, tomorrow. It'll be 9:30 a.m. We're going to restart the action in Group A as we play towards a winner. And they'll all be playing for a place through to Saturday night's finale here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Matt, do you fancy a trip to the farm?
What?
Do you fancy a trip to the farm?
Not really.
Well, you're going to anyway, because that is our next feature here on Pluto TV, where we sent our team over to see friend and colleague Scott Mitchell on the farm, having a look at life there. We're going to be back tomorrow morning from 9:30 a.m. to see how Group A concludes. From all of us here, thank you for watching. Bye-bye for now.
What do you mean no? Of course you want to be a beater right. Of course you do. I ended up going off to Kingston Moorwood Agricultural College when I left school.
What did you do there?
Farming, funny enough.
Do you fight a lot?
Yeah, that's mum and son, that is. They're fighting for supremacy.
Oh, wow.
Don't eat his coat, just shove it. Loved every minute of it.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is
Finals night, and it's another Dirty Harrison!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?